Good morning. I'm Dr. Ron Puschi and would like to welcome all of you to our 23rd annual joint venture New Jersey DEP and Air and Waste Management Association Multimedia Regulatory Update Virtual Conference. Hope you're all doing well. I work for New Jersey DEP, Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment, Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. My background is BS, MS, and PhD in chemical engineering with over 35 years of experience in the environmental field. I have been the contact person between the department and AWMA in organizing these conferences. This is a unique conference with 11 speakers, 4 moderators, and 2 backup moderators, and our IT team, Tyron Jordan and Anton Thiel, to hear directly from the department's top decision makers on the most current regulatory topics. We are honored to have Commissioner Sean Latourette, Assistant Commissioners Paul Baldoff and David Hames, and many senior managers to speak at this conference. This is the 5th year we are having this conference online with over 400 registrants. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites after the conference. Email notifications will be sent to all registrants regarding availability of the slides. The conference agenda, a bio summary of all the speakers, a survey form for feedback, and the department's organizational chart are available in the handout section of the webinar. Please complete the survey form and let us know of future topics you would like to hear. I would like to thank all of our speakers, moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you who have made this conference possible. I would also like to welcome the 2 new co-chairs of AWMA chapter, Chris Whitehead and Dr. Jody Agarwal, and thank past chairs Joanne Held, Max Schaefer, and Sunila Gupta for their services. If you have any questions regarding the conference, please put them in the question section of the webinar. Moderators for our morning sessions are Chris Whitehead and Joanne Held, and in the afternoon, Max Schaefer and I will be your moderators. Chris?
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, Ron. I'm honored, frankly, to be co-chair of this chapter. I've been a member of AWMA now for almost 15 years, and I've always valued the focus they put on environmental education, and it's events like this that I really believe in and the impact of them. And I'm honored today to have the opportunity to introduce our first speaker, Commissioner Sean Latourette. He shares a lot of the same values that I do and a lot of people on this call do about environmental work, reducing environmental impacts, and trying to get projects built properly in this state. He's trained as an attorney at Rutgers University. I'm sorry, I'm cutting out a little bit here, but I think I'm okay. And he's been serving as the head of the NJDEP since 2021, although to be honest, it feels like longer than that just from the amount he's gotten done in a small amount of time. And I'm not going to go through his whole bio because it's rather lengthy, frankly, and I think everyone knows Sean pretty well, but I've always admired his commitment to these issues and how much he invests in his job. So I just want to thank him for presenting here today, and very eager to hear everything he has to say. Well, as I said, I've been a member of AWMA for about 20 years now, and we offer a lot of different things. We started an environmental justice and sustainability conference the last couple of years in Camden, New Jersey. We're very proud of how that's grown. Looking for other opportunities to engage membership and potential members throughout the state for types of events that you'd be interested in having us put on and the topics you want to hear more about. So in the coming months, you're going to see opportunities to engage in other ways that might not have been available before. And one of the other focuses we're definitely interested in is getting young people involved and students, whether it's poster contests or potentially scholarship programs. I'm looking for ways, as I said before, to develop the environmental education avenues in the state. I could go on and on for a long time about this, but there are also writing opportunities for AWMA, opportunities to publish, opportunities to get your expertise and opinions out there on topics that you're passionate about. So I'd encourage anyone who isn't a member, who might not have heard of our group in the past, to go to awma.org to potentially look at more information. We'll also be sending out some more after this event today, and anyone who also was invited to join today will probably see mailers from us every few months or so advertising events.
There you go. You can introduce the leadership again.
Absolutely. This is our updated leadership team and past chairs. As Ron said earlier, Jyoti Agrawal and myself are now current chairs. And Fran Lindsley Matthews, treasurer. Mary Daly. Again, Ron Pushy, our person with the DEP, who takes on this event every year and does a great job leading it. Paul Eisen, John Soon. And it's a very good group to be involved with because everyone stays involved, and all the past chairs are still giving their advice and expertise. So again, I definitely recommend highly anyone who hasn't tried an AWMA event before or hasn't thought about joining to definitely give it a little bit of thought.
Yeah, I think we're going to be looking for some additional directors since Chris and Jyoti just moved from director to co-chair, and also new members of our program committee, which is a little less of a time commitment sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, and so people who are interested in either one of those, I think at some point later on in the program, you'll see our chapter Gmail address, and if you send something there, or if you know any of us and want to send us an email, we'd be happy to get you involved in the leadership part of our chapter. It really relies on volunteers. Next slide, please. There we go. Oh, that's the agenda. And here's the reminders. I can do the housekeeping.
Sure.
Whoops. And so first of all, remember to keep yourself on mute and your video off, which probably is not an issue for participants because it probably won't be allowed unless we turn it on for you. Use the question feature to type in your question. Also, if you're having any trouble with technology, you can use the question feature. We'll be able to see that. And if you could add your name and affiliation when you ask a question, that would be really helpful because that gives us a little bit of context for the question. And also, if we can't get to your question, we'll be following up later, and that gives us a way to contact you. We try to get to as many questions as we can within the session, but if we can't, as I said, we're planning to send leftover questions to the speakers, and we'll follow up then. And it's my pleasure to introduce Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff. He's Assistant Commissioner for Air, Energy, and Materials Sustainability. And now I want you all to hold on to your hats while I describe the 5 divisions he's responsible for. Air quality and radiation protection, they're all one. Air enforcement, climate change mitigation and monitoring, sustainable waste management, and waste and underground storage tank enforcement. He's obviously a Renaissance man who can cover everything. He's been Assistant Commissioner since 2016, although the folks under him changed a little bit, and with the department since 1987. It's our pleasure to introduce Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff, and we can hear what's happening in all, especially in his air and waste units. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Joanne. I'm sure I'll be Trump very soon when the commissioner joins, but good morning, everyone. Assistant Commissioner for Air, Energy, and Material Sustainability. This year's regulatory update will be similar to the ones I've done in the past, but I wanted to have a little bit of focus on, what the federal election a few weeks ago means to some of these programs that we have implemented or we're proposed to be doing. And so when I go through this year, the ones that may be impacted by the new administration, I'm going to point out options, possibilities that may happen because of where we are. Next slide, please. So the two divisions I'll talk about first, Division of Air Quality and Radiation Protection and Division of Climate Change Mitigation and Monitoring. Later on, I'm going to talk about Division of Sustainable Waste Management. I'm not going to speak directly about the two enforcement divisions and aims, but you'll see some relation to them as we talk through everything. Next slide, please. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is our Advanced Clean Cars 2 program. This was adopted a little after we spoke last year, so in December of last year. It requires manufacturers of passenger cars and light-duty vehicles to meet an annual zero-emission vehicle ZEV requirement intended to increase the percentage of ZEVs sold in New Jersey that meet the new minimum technical requirements. A couple things to keep in mind here. This is not, this is strictly on the manufacturers. It is not a requirement for dealers. It is not a requirement for you as an individual to buy any type of vehicle. It's strictly on the manufacturers. There has been a lot of disinformation, misinformation on this, on advanced clean cars, on advanced clean trucks, what it does and doesn't do. It sets a percentage that of vehicles, zero emission vehicles, have to come to New Jersey starting, depending on which rule. This one starts in 2027, going in certain years to 100%. But initially, there's no impact on anything other than the manufacturer to supply that percentage of vehicles. It also requires manufacturers of internal combustion engines for passenger cars, light-duty trucks, medium-duty trucks to meet more stringent multi-pollutant exhaust emission standards. Next slide, please. So in New Jersey, the transportation sector accounts for 37% of the state's net greenhouse gas emissions, making it the largest emission source in the state. And I just want to point on this a little bit because as we're 4 or 5 years past our Energy Master Plan, past our 80 by 50 report where we looked at ways to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases 80% from a 2006 baseline by the year 2050, we look at all the different sectors. And quite honestly, the transportation sector is really the only sector other than electric generation where we've made significant headway in the last 4 years. And by the progress, it's a combination of putting all these regulations in place that will drive electrification, also putting millions of dollars in the street for that infrastructure you need for electrification. So, you know, as we talk about the possibility of the next administration in DC pulling back or scaling back some of this progress, it is discouraging if that happens, because when you look at the progress we've made in greenhouse gas reduction in the last 4 years, it really is a transportation sector. And we're on track to, by the year, say, 2030, 2035, to be in a position to say that we've reduced emissions so significantly that the focus should be in other sectors and not transportation. Mobile sources are the largest cause of ozone precursors in New Jersey, responsible for 71% of the state's nitrogen oxides, NOx emissions, as well as particulate matter. Ground level ozone, also called smog, can cause permanent lung damage. For more info on this, if you go to our Drive Green website, you'll have more than enough information for anything you're curious about there. It's kept up to date and it's a good resource. Next slide, please. So the Advanced Clean Cars program itself, in terms of applicability, it starts with all model year 2027 and later motor vehicles that are passenger cars, light-duty trucks, and medium-duty vehicles, subject to California's Advanced Clean Car 2 program, and delivered for sale in New Jersey on or after January 1st, 2027. Advanced Clean Cars only focuses on new vehicles. It has no impact on used vehicles. And as far as the California piece, excuse me, for those who don't know, we are what's called a 177 state. We have two options in terms of regulating mobile sources. One is to adopt and enforce EPA's requirements. The other is to adopt and enforce California's. There's an identicality clause if we choose California, meaning we have to do it exactly how they do it. California's requirements are always stricter than the feds, and in many cases we have gone that way and adopted California requirements. The standards and requirements from California cannot be operative unless California receives a waiver from EPA, and this is for every single rule that they do in that world. In this particular case, for Advanced Clean Cars 2, EPA published a notice of hearing and comment period last December on this for the waiver. They have not taken action yet. If the waiver is not approved, we can't, California can't, none of the 177 states can implement Advanced Clean Cars 2. Historically, EPA has taken time. I don't know if significant times if there were, but they've taken months and months in cases to grant these waivers. We will see in this case what happens. There's lots of options. The waiver could be granted before mid-January of 2025. It may not be. It could be rescinded if it's approved. It could be approved by the new administration. We really don't know. There's obviously competing camps that would like to see the waiver approved and some that don't. I can only say that as a state, we are very active with many of the other pro-environment states to have a say, to watch what's going on in DC, and to work with the many organizations that are supporting Advanced Clean Cars 2 and many of the other progressive transportation regulations. Next slide, please. Moving on to a new rule, our consumer products and architectural and industrial maintenance coatings. What this does is add new categories of consumer products and architectural coatings that will be subject to new volatile organic compound VOC emission limits. Also lowers the VOC emission limits for existing categories. This rulemaking was published August of this year, fairly recently. Comment period closed last month. We're going through comments now, and we'll be responding to those and preparing the adoption document. Just in general, when you see the pending rulemakings on the side there, we have 1 year from the time we propose a rule to adopt that rule. If we don't adopt it within that year, then we have to basically start from scratch, repropose, and go forward. So timing-wise, if you see something that was proposed 11 months ago, we would have a month left to adopt it. Next slide, please. Consumer products and architectural coatings represent the largest source of VOC emissions in the state's air emission inventory compared to mobile, industrial, and commercial sources. Next slide, please. So as explained in the notice of proposal, the department expects the proposed amendments will reduce emissions of VOCs, which is a precursor of ground level ozone and may cause adverse health effects, in addition to contributing to increased ozone concentrations. VOC emissions have been associated with other negative health effects. And by reducing this harmful air pollutant, the department expects corresponding health benefits. The rules are also expected to mitigate the impact of climate change on air quality. Next slide, please. So the discharge of prevention of other hazardous substances, our DPHS program, essentially this is a above ground storage tank program, large above ground storage tank program. So you fall into the program if you store 20,000 gallons or more of New Jersey regulated hazardous substances, excluding petroleum products, and if you have more than 200,000 gallons of regulated hazardous substances, including petroleum products. So what the program does, it reviews discharge prevention, containment, and countermeasure plans, discharge cleanup and removal plans. These facilities are inspected on usually an annual basis, and any issues of non-compliance will result in enforcement actions. Next slide, please. So what this rule focuses on, we're updating the list of hazardous substances that are regulated, and we're also requiring climate resiliency plans. This is something that almost all of our rules that don't address climate resiliency are incorporating whenever there's a change in those rules. This is especially important in this group because these facilities, by and large, are located in areas that will first be impacted by climate change. And the purpose of these climate resiliency plans is to make sure that the facilities have evaluated what their site may or may look like in the coming years and planned appropriately for issues of concern that we're going to see down the road. This proposal was published in May of this year. The comment period closed in July. We're many months into reviewing the comments, so you should see a final document, a final rule adoption coming very soon. Next slide, please. State-of-the-art technology. NJSA 26:2 C 9.2. This requires newly constructed, reconstructed, modified equipment and control apparatus to incorporate advances in the art of air pollution control as designed for the kind and amount of air contaminant emitted by the equipment and the control apparatus. This is kind of the base of the AIR program. When you have an AIR permit, it's not a one-time and you're done. It's an evolving process where when new technologies become available to reduce or control emissions better than what you're currently using, you're required to evaluate and implement if it's reasonable. Advances in the art of air pollution control means up-to-date technology and methods in equipment, control apparatus, and procedures that, when applied to an emission source, shall reasonably minimize air contaminant emissions. Next slide, please. So we have what's called state-of-the-art technical manuals, and they're updated routinely, and I'm just going to go over some that have been updated since last time we spoke. The technology in the SOTA manuals represent up-to-date technology, methods, and performance levels for use by applicants in demonstrating the use of advances in the art of air pollution control. The first two were done last December, shortly after we last met. Stationary compression and ignition, reciprocating internal combustion engines, and stationary spark ignition, reciprocating and internal combustion engines. They were both December of last year. Boilers and process heaters were done in February, and the most recent is graphic arts industry in August. Next slide, please. A couple of new general permits to talk about. A general permit is a pre-approved permit to construct and certificate to operate, issued pursuant to 7:27.8 for one or more types of similar sources at a minor facility. These both are related to fumigation. For those of you who've heard my presentation in the past, fumigation is something that we have struggled with regulating that industry for 20 years. We finally do have rules in place to regulate fumigation. Now, these general permits make it much easier to get permitted. It's much quicker, and if you can fall under these two categories, it's much less onerous to be permitted to do fumigation. The first is indoor fumigation operations for cocoa bean products. This one allows for the construction, installation, and reconstruction, modification, operation of equipment for fumigation operations in single or multiple industrial structures, limited to indoor tarpaulin enclosure for sulfurofluoride fumigation of cocoa bean products. Very limited. It's indoor tarpaulin use, one fumigant, sulfurofluoride, and specifically for cocoa beans. The second general permit is much broader. It's outdoor fumigation operations of containerized commodities. So you're actually fumigating in that container. The difference here is you have multiple fumigants you can use, methyl bromide, phosphine, and or sulfurofluoride, and it's for various commodities. It's not just limited to cocoa bean products. So we're very happy to get these out the door and in use. If you're doing this type of fumigation or other types of fumigation, if you're doing this fumigation, you don't have to get a general permit. You could come through the regular process if you chose to. It wouldn't really make sense to, but you could do that. But anything that doesn't fit in these two categories, it's a regular permit. You go through the formal risk analysis and everything like that. It takes longer, but in all these cases, we ensure that we're doing what we're supposed to do. We are not the entity that is concerned about whether that fumigation works, meaning did you kill all the insects on that commodity. That's another agency. That's not us. Our issue is to make sure that those workers and the residential communities surrounding the areas that they're fumigating are safe from any of these emissions. And what caught our attention 20 years ago is certain port activities. They were doing fumigation literally across the street from residential areas, and this was a really big win to be able to get the rule out a few years back and now have these general permits in place. Next slide, please. So moving on to Division of Sustainable Waste Management. Next slide. So single-use plastics and polystyrene food service products. So some legislative findings that you may have heard before, but they do really hit home. Approximately 1/3 of all plastics produced are single-use plastics, which are plastics designed to be used only once and then thrown away. 100 billion single-use plastics carry-out bags and 25 billion polystyrene foam coffee cups are thrown away in the United States each year. Most single-use plastics are disposed of in landfills, or they're incinerated or become litter in waterways and oceans. And plastics released in the environment do not biodegrade, but instead break down into smaller pieces. Next slide, please. So the rule focus here is to implement new stationary requirements that phase out single-use plastic and paper carry-out bags and polystyrene foam food service products in certain establishments. A note here that there are restrictions on single-use plastic straws, but that is not under the purview of DEP. That's part of the Department of Health regulations and rules. The proposal for this rulemaking was April of last year. Comment period closed the end of May, and so we're close to being able to complete the final adoption package. Next slide. So polystyrene foam food service products. The law temporarily exempts certain polystyrene foam food service products and allows the department to extend the exemptions for additional periods not to exceed 1 year. Upon a written determination, there is no cost-effective and readily available alternative for the item. So the four bullets or the four pieces that were included in the exemptions, which go until May 4th of 2025, are meat and fish trays for raw and butchered meat, including poultry or fish that's sold from a refrigerator or similar retail appliance, a food product prepackaged by the manufacturer with a polystyrene foam food service product, polystyrene foam food service product used for the health or safety of a patient or resident of a hospital, nursing home, or correctional facility, and any other polystyrene foam food service product as determined necessary by the department. Next slide, please. Food waste. The state must continue to address the issue of food waste management, including the reduction of wasted food. While reducing the amount of food waste generated is preferred, recycling food waste that cannot be avoided helps to offset environmental impacts caused by the wasting of food. Next slide, please. So the law generally requires large food waste generators, which are located within 25 road miles of an authorized food waste recycling facility in New Jersey, to source, separate, and recycle their food waste unless the authorized food waste facility does not have available capacity or will not accept the food waste, or the department has issued a waiver to the generator. Next slide. This map shows that there are two approved food waste recycling facilities in New Jersey. One is Waste Management up in Elizabeth. The second is Trenton Renewable Power in Trenton. You can see the 25-mile radius is marked out there. So you can see that we are not covering a majority of the state, and it's obviously necessary to have more of these food waste recycling facilities cited, so the entire state is covered. Next slide, please. So the rule piece on food waste recycling requires certain large food waste generators to source, separate, and recycle their food waste. Require authorized food waste recycling facilities and large food waste generators to maintain records and submit reports. The proposal was published recently, August of this year. Comment period just ended in October, and we're starting now to look at the comments and prepare the adoption package. Next slide. Electronic waste management. This law requires the manufacturer of covered electronic devices to provide for the collection, transportation, and recycling of its market share and weight of covered electronic devices collected in a program year. Covered electronic devices include televisions, desktop or personal computers, computer monitors, desktop printers, and fax machines, if anybody has any left, that are sold to consumers. Next slide, please. So this rule, it updates the rule to reflect those statutory amendments, requires each manufacturer of covered electronic device to provide for the collection, transportation, recycling of their market share and weight of all electronic devices collected in a program year. This was published in May, comment period closed in July, and we should be at the tail end of completing that adoption package. Next slide, please. Those are the program updates for the regulations. I have a few other slides I wanted to talk to, and we still should have some time for some questions. Next slide, please. First is RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. The states are on their third program review. RGGI began in 2006-2007 timeframe. This is the third program review where we're looking out 10 years, 15 years, and deciding what the model rule and what that cap trajectory should be. There was modeling done for a regional cap trajectory that was released in September of this year. RGGI has received comments back. We're looking at completing the program review with all the states. There will be a proposed model rule coming out in the winter. People will have a chance to, there'll be some public hearings, meetings, have a chance to comment on that. And in the spring, we hope to be able to have the model rule completed, and you would see each individual state go forth and amend their rules to put the new requirements in for the model rule. The third program review, I wasn't around for the second program review. If you remember, we dropped out of RGGI for a number of years. But we were around for the first program review. This one, the third, is, I think, to me at least, is the most challenging. And the reason it's the most challenging is that the allowance prices at the quarterly auctions, which is where the electric generating facility goes and purchases allowances based on their emission of CO2 during the year. Those allowance prices started out when RGGI in the late 2006, 2007 timeframe were $2 or $3 an allowance. The last two auctions in 2024, and what I expect to see in the auction in the first week of December, those prices are $24 to $25 an allowance, so significantly higher. So the good news is that the states have a lot of dollars from each auction to spend on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. That's the good news. Another good news piece is putting a lot of pressure on the fossil industry to not be here anymore and have green energy come into the market. That's good news. That's the purpose of RGGI, right? The bad news is when you get to this allowance level, it becomes an issue with the ratepayer impact. There's only a certain point you can get to before it becomes a significant cost on the ratepayer. So what this third program review is really trying to do is, the way the rules are written now, when you hit the year 2030, the RGGI cap stays flat going forward. We know the cap can't stay flat. The purpose of the RGGI program is decreased to some point. RGGI doesn't exist because fossil doesn't exist, right? So the question is, how steep should that trajectory be to reduce emissions? And that's what we've been discussing and modeling. What I think you'll see is a significant reduction in emissions, but you're not going to see zero emissions in RGGI probably till the year 2040 or something like that. But this program rule will also put barriers in there, mechanisms in there for the auction to make sure that we don't exceed a certain price that's just unbearable to the ratepayer, but we also don't go below a certain price in the auction that just has no effect on the electric generating unit or the fossil industry itself. So a lot of challenging and good things here. We always knew we'd get to the point where you'd talk about what happens when there's no more need for RGGI, but that's good news. Next slide, please. This one will be quick. I just wanted to mention our climate pollution reduction grant program. EPA gave $250 million to states and local governments to plan to do certain climate change planning. They also had in there $4.6 billion. This is all through the Inflation Reduction Act, $4.6 billion for implementation. Next slide, please. These are the three things that we're doing: a priority climate action plan, which is short term with what we call shovel-ready projects that can be implemented quickly. There's a long-term plan that would take us out to 2050 to reduce emissions 80%, and then a status report so we can track ourselves. This is the big Washington thing. The planning money is there. We have the $3 million. These plans are going to get done. The implementation side, we don't know if any of that IRA money will be available to implement. So just something to think about, that this was great, but if we only do the planning and don't have the money to take it forward, we'll see what benefits we can achieve. And one more slide, please. And coming soon, on the rule side, radiation protection rule amendments you're going to see, post-consumer recycled content rules, and I promise A901 dirty dirt rules you're going to see. It's closer than you think. We've taken a long time on those. And lastly, hazardous waste rule amendments you'll see. And next slide, I think we're done. There you go. Ready for any questions?
Great. And as we move into the questions, I just want to remind people that we would like you to type your questions in the questions section. If you can, hopefully you can see that, not in the chat, and don't raise your hand. We're having trouble seeing raised hands. If you can put something in the question, even if it's the general topic, that would help us to organize ourselves. Also, there's a question about the slides. We're planning to share as many of these slides as we can, depending on the speakers' preferences. But there's a little problem with our website right now, something about security, and your company might not let you look at our website. So if we're still having that problem, we'll make sure we find another way to get the slides to you. Watch for emails about how to get more information following this. So first question for you, Paul, is about food waste. The question is, what exactly is food waste recycling? Is it just composting or something else?
Well, it could be anything. I mean, Trenton Power, for instance, they're taking food waste and they're generating power. So it could be anything, but power is probably the most lucrative form. Obviously, it has to be beneficial. But yeah, you're taking it and you're producing power and serving something. It could be a small office building or a small complex, or it could be larger. But that's the point.
Mm-hmm.
So just turn it into something useful, so you're not burning fossil to heat something. You're using food waste.
Is that what they call like biogas? Is that
Yes.
They make the biogas and then they can burn that to make power, and then there's some little residue that is still useful? Is that how it works? Okay.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you. Another question is about scrap metal. Is there an effort at DEP to regulate scrap metal facilities as solid waste facilities? In environmental justice communities, you have a lot of piles of scrap metal. And are there rules maybe being developed for that?
It certainly is on our radar. And by scrap metal facilities, it's really the scope, because there's a lot of things that fall into scrap metal facilities, but we really more so focused on those larger ones that are actually shredding the material and causing the a lot more emissions than you would if you're just, doing and not shredding there. So yes, I think you'll see it. You'll see some regulatory action in the future, and we certainly have heard from and understand the concerns in the EJ communities over this. No question.
Yeah, there'll be okay. Here's another question. See if I can get the whole thing here. Polystyrene foam ban. Do you anticipate any further extension of the exemption for polystyrene food foam food trays? Excuse me, a little tongue twister for me.
Yeah, so it's an annual decision the way the rules work. So each year they have to demonstrate that they have no either cost-effective or any reasonable way not to use the product. But I do see these exemptions going away. It's hard to tell in the timing. I think some will fall out sooner than later. But we certainly are pushing that. We don't want this to be an ongoing thing where we're just extending. But I think you will see some of those 4 drop off sooner than later, but it's hard to commit when that will be.
And so that leads me to a question that I had thought of when you first came on. You're talking about, changes in at the federal level, and what we've just come through is a whole season of lots of misinformation and disinformation, and trying to find, the safe places to get our information. Do you have any recommendations? Is there a place? The DEP website has a lot of information, but it's really big. Is there an easy way to get to the DEP website, or at least for your programs, and get answers to questions so that we can go to an authoritative source?
What we've tried to do is, like some of the examples, is misinformation on advanced clean cars and advanced clean trucks. When we have hot topics like that, we try to have it on the front page of the DEP website. If it doesn't raise to that, the front page of the AIM site. So it's stuff that's bulleted up there. So you're going to see the top 2 or 3 things that we're trying to get FAQs out to either state our position or put the facts out there, what's really true. But we try to just make those as visible as possible on the website so people catch them. But we're certainly, if you have questions on specific topics, it's certainly easy to find who to contact when you go on the website to ask whatever questions you may have.
Great. Thank you. I don't see any of the questions, so I'm going to turn this back over to Chris. I don't know that the commissioner is here with us yet. It's time for Chris, for you to come on and do some dancing or something for us.
Well, Joanne, I don't think anyone wants that.
Yeah, I just want to thank Paul for being here and covering so much information, and we look forward to next year. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Beautiful. Then I will give a quick introduction to Assistant Commissioner Hames and pass it over to him. I was reading through his bio last night, and it's extraordinarily impressive. One of the things that jumped out to me the most is that he's been at the DEP now since 1989, holding a number of high technical roles and section chiefs. So the amount of things he must have seen over that time is absolutely astounding to me, honestly. But being in such an industrial state as we are, site remediation is an extraordinarily important topic that I think a lot of us have touched on at various points throughout our careers. Pardon me. It's focused on lots of topics, including PFAS, Superfund, and we're looking forward to hearing what he has to say. So with that, I'll pass it over.
Good morning, everybody. My name is David Hames. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Contaminated Site Remediation and Redevelopment here at the DEP. Thank you for that introduction. For some reason, it doesn't make me feel like I'm qualified. It just makes me feel old that I've been here as long as I have. It's been a wonderful 35 years. I'm still going strong. Next slide, please. Some of the topics I'm going to cover today are program priorities, the reorganization that we underwent earlier this year, some statistics primarily related to the licensed site remediation program, regulatory update. We have a couple of rules working through the system, some guidance development that we are working on, And then I'm going to touch on some other aspects of the program, brownfield redevelopment and brownfield development areas, and then various funding opportunities that we have here. Next slide, please. So what is our mission? As everybody can read there, it's to reduce the number of contaminated sites in New Jersey, to ensure the protection of public health and the environment, and to ready sites for redevelopment. We don't necessarily get, other than the brownfield area, we don't necessarily get deeply involved in that redevelopment, but we, again, we want to ensure that if somebody's going to be moving on to a property, that the person who's leaving the property has left it in a good condition where they can do that development. Next slide, please. So some of our priorities, first and foremost, is protecting receptors, whether it's potable wells, indoor air, natural resources. That's our primary responsibility here, is getting things cleaned up and protecting those receptors. Every year I say this one, we want to continue to increase the efficiency of the LSRP program. We went through a pretty big project in 2023. I'll touch on that briefly later, what the outcome of that was. Completing additional publicly funded remediations. If we have recalcitrant responsible parties that we just cannot find, they've been gone forever. We go in there with state or federal dollars and we do that job ourselves, whether it's my staff doing it or we have contractors as well who will go out and do these remediations. Ensuring the program's continued financial health. There's a lot of publicly funded actions that are ongoing. We do have limited funding, and we try to make sure we spend those dollars as wisely as possible. Investigating and remediating sites with contaminants of emerging concern. The big newsbreaker for these days are PFAS, but there are other contaminants out there that are on the horizon or that we've been working on. Again, as I said, preparing sites for redevelopment. And then in general, we're constantly trying to do an overall program evaluation. I confess we may take a little bit of a break from that one, having just gone through our reorganization. But we're always looking at our staff in the right bureaus. Are they where they need to be? Do we need to move people around due to workloads? They're a little heavier over in one spot rather than another. Next slide, please. So the reorganization that went through, it was finalized in the spring. We interviewed for director positions, and it was more or less done by the end of August. So I'm going to go from left to right on the organization chart, or I'll start at the top with my office. So the AC office, I have an executive assistant, I have a regulatory officer, I have an administrative assistant, a human resource assistant. That's pretty much all that's housed up here. I am looking to bring somebody in to help with all of the PFAS work that we're doing, just as an FYI. Looking at the boxes in blue, that's the Division of Remediation Management under Gwen Zervis. She's been a director for about 3 years now, I believe. Under her, we have the Office of Brownfield and Community Revitalization. As the name implies, they're involved with the brownfield areas. Also, as I will say later in the talk, are the brownfield development areas that I'll discuss later. That's housed through the Office of Brownfield and Community Revitalization. Publicly funded response element, again, as the name implies, that's where we're up there spending our your tax dollars, I should say, and we're doing those remediations ourselves. We have the Bureau of Site Management, and that's where they're overseeing remediations, whether through our contractors or, again, going out to the sites themselves. Our Bureau of Environmental Measures and Site Assessment, that's our sampling group. They do our unknown source investigations. We find impacted potable wells, private potable wells. We're not sure where that came from. We work backwards from those impacted wells, trying to identify a source, whether there's still a responsible party involved. But again, we'll work backwards and try and identify where that source was. The remediation oversight element, these are our more traditional cases where there's an assigned case manager and an assigned case team. Most of these are federal cases of some flavor, whether it's RCRA or CERCLA, a federal facility, and working with EPA on those. The Bureau of Case Management is handling those cases, and they also have what we refer to as our direct oversight cases. And those are cases that are overseen by a licensed site remediation professional, but have fallen out of compliance and statutorily through the Site Remediation Reform Act are put into direct oversight. And again, they're assigned a case manager who then makes sure that the case gets back into compliance. Bureau of Field Operations, as we refer to them, there are boots on the ground group. That is also where we handle our unregulated heating oil tank cases. So homeowner heating oil tank cases, smaller industrial tanks as well. They are the only group in the department in my program that still writes no further action letters, and that's for those UHOT cases. Moving over into the beige color is the Division of Enforcement and Financial Operations under Frank DeFeo. He'd been an acting director for a year or so after I came in as assistant commissioner. And here we have our financial services element. And again, this is, as I refer to them, that's my money group, our fund management section. They oversee the various loans and grants we handle and other monies, the spill fund, the spill compensation fund, where innocent parties can come in and be reimbursed if they need to put treatment on a well or get a vapor mitigation system installed. The petroleum underground storage tank fund, and this is geared primarily towards homeowners who are remediating a leaking underground tank and need some financial assistance with that remediation. The remediation guarantee fund is housed there. That remediation guarantee fund is funded through a 1% surcharge on entities that are required to establish a remediation funding source. The remediation guarantee fund can be used to remediate sites by third parties or the state. The funds have to be used at the site that was required to establish the remediation funding source, and it can only be used by parties who are otherwise not responsible for any of the discharges. I'm sure I'm missing one or two of the other funds that we have in there. Financial assurance, that's the one I needed to make sure I spoke to. Financial assurance, so remediation funding source is established, as I refer to it, on the front end of remediation while they're doing the investigation work and the actual remedial action. Once a response action outcome is issued by an LSRP or no further action from the department, if a contamination remains and a permit is required, they are off, and there's an engineering control required as well. So there's soil contamination and somebody puts down a cap. That's an engineering control. You're required to establish a financial assurance to ensure the maintenance of that cap or that engineering control. Again, that's overseen through fund management. Bureau of Fiscal Support and Contract Administration. This group is primarily involved with sending out bills for for traditional oversight and direct oversight cases where we have direct billing, and they're also responsible for making sure that LSRP annual fees and permit annual fees are paid. Lastly, in that group is the Bureau of Information Systems. This is my IT group. And again, for those of you who use Data Miner, they help create the Data Miner reports. They do help with NGEMS cleanup and any of the GIS needs through the program. Enforcement and information support element. I do admit we need to rename this because the information support part has moved over to the other side. But this houses our Bureau of Enforcement and Investigations, which, as the name implies, is the enforcement group. They do our compliance assistance when entities first fall out of compliance. We try the gentle hand, the soft glove to bring them back in. If we have no luck with that, we will start moving forward with actual enforcement actions, AOs, no CAPAs, AO no CAPAs, penalties, things like that. So that's in that bureau. And this group also has our Responsible Party Investigation Unit, RPIU, and they're responsible. They do historic, they look through the history of a given property to find who are potential responsible parties while we're working on those enforcement actions. Lastly, in that group, in that division, is the Bureau of Case Assignment and Initial Notice. That's our clearinghouse group, paper documents that come in, our data cleanup that has to go on. We do have a lot of online services, but we do also still get a lot of paper files that come in. We're slowly moving our way over to more and more online services. And but again, case assignment and initial notice for those issues. Lastly is the new division, Division of Environmental Evaluation and Remediation Review. And we basically this is primarily for the licensed site remediation professional side of our program. These two elements already existed in the other two divisions. We pulled them out, put them together, trying to just get the coordination, better coordination for that LSRP program. So the remediation review element is the Bureau of Inspection Review. Again, this is on the front end. People are doing the site investigation, remedial action. This is prior to an LSRP issuing a response action outcome, or RAO, as I say. And so again, they do our inspections and reviews and keep those cases moving forward. After the RAO is issued, as I said earlier, if contamination remains and a permit's required, we have our Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. They issue the permits. They will do inspections and reviews for the biennial certification, protectiveness certifications that need to come in. And those are both through remediation review. The second element over there is our hazardous site science element. This is our technical group. This is the group I grew up in. We have groundwater pollution abatement, where again, they look at groundwater aspects of a given case, and they also do technical support. Jumping way back over, they will help with the publicly funded group. They will also help with the remediation oversight element, but primarily their work is with the LSRP side of things. So looking at groundwater issues, we do work with the Water Resource Management Program. We have input with developing standards, groundwater standards, things like that. And that group is responsible for approving and issuing classification exception areas, which are when groundwater contamination remains and it moves into that post response action outcome universe. And lastly, we have the Bureau of Environmental Evaluation and Risk Assessment. This technical coordinators. This is the soil side of things. They also work on vapor intrusion issues, and they do establish our soil remediation standards. And I will touch on some soil remediation standards later on. Okay, that took a little while, but that's everything that the program does here. Next slide, please. So this is, again, geared mostly, these numbers primarily reflect what's going on in LSRP world, but it is for the entire program. So active, new, and closed cases, we use 2012 as our start date. That was when the SARA went into full force and effect, and all the LSRP cases were moved into that universe. So as you can see, we've dropped by about 1,000 cases. The very large number of new cases in 2012 was due to all the LSRP eligible cases moving into that universe. And again, the 13,300, that reflects approximately 10,000 LSRP cases, about 3,000 or so UHOT cases, underground storage tank cases per year. And then somewhere between 300 and the numbers, my math is a little off on that, 300 to 500 traditional oversight cases, publicly funded cases. Actually, it's probably a larger number than that. The unknown source investigation cases and things like that. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, and on that last slide, I was supposed to mention that there are currently about 700 LSRP. I don't have it on the slide. There are about 700 LSRPs currently in the state. There's going to be another exam given, I believe, next October, and we're hoping to get another 30 to 40 LSRPs licensed. So on this slide, just a line graph showing the number of RAOs issued by year. In the first few years of the program, things kind of shot up as LSRPs were getting used to the process and cases were moving through. And then relatively speaking, it peaked 2016. There was a statutorily required time frame that came due. It was actually for remedial investigations. But we looked at it that, there was a bump in 14, 15, 16 as cases were trying to get the remedial investigation done. A lot of them were actually much farther along and were able to issue response action outcomes. The dip we started seeing in 2020, we think is a reflection of COVID and cases slowing down a little bit. And then the additional drop that we're seeing, we're not quite sure what's going on there. We think a lot of it is simpler cases have moved through the system. And that was one of the points of the Site Remediation Reform Act. There were cases that could close, that could not close. They were just stuck in the system. We were on a first in, first out basis, and it was taking a while to get through more complex cases, and the simpler cases couldn't close. we moved those over to LSRPs, and the LSRPs were able to close them out and move them along. So still on this slide, we a year or so ago, actually, or a couple years ago, we did pass a threshold. The total number of RAOs that have been issued by LSRPs as of the end of October, we have 22,360 RAOs. And again, you can get an RAO for an area of concern. You can have 10 areas of concern at the site. It doesn't necessarily mean the entire site has been remediated, although that has also occurred. But again, it's portions of the property that have moved through. They're considered clean. Properties can now be split. That portion of the property development can occur sooner rather than later if waiting on the rest of the site to get done. Of the 22,000 plus RAOs that have been issued, and I purposely use the word only 650 have had to be withdrawn by LSRPs, where based on our inspection review, we found reason to believe that the remedy was not protective. And an even better number, and the LSRP has to withdraw the RAO. And if they can't, the department will invalidate the RAO. And again, in 12 years of running this program, 12 years plus, only 25 RAOs have been invalidated. And the main reason for that is usually, or if not always, because the LSRP is no longer an LSRP. Either they've given up their license, unfortunately some have passed away. But again, the main point of all of that is out of 22,000 plus RAOs, very few have had to be withdrawn or invalidated. And again, I think it shows the success of the program. Next slide, please. Remedial action permits. I think this has kind of been a focus of this talk, or the talks that I give, and what we're seeing. This is just a snapshot of how many permits we're trying to move through the system that have moved through this year. And as you can see on the last row in each of those two blocks, the number of days to issue a permit. It's taking up close to a year, over a year to get permits out the door. And we know that's takes too long. The permit is the last step they need before they can get that response action outcome. Once they get that response action outcome issued, that then again assists with moving the property. Somebody is going to be more willing to come in and take over, developers coming in, things like that. So it's been a constant theme where we're trying to expedite the review and issuance of those permits. So again, so far in 2024, we have received 472 applications for groundwater permits. This isn't on this slide, and we have issued 467 groundwater permits. So again, we're almost keeping up now with the permits coming in, the permits going out. For soils, 467 came in, and we're doing really well with these. 687 have gone out. So we are getting rid of some of that backlog on the soil side. But again, a priority that we've had is to reduce this number. So at the beginning of the year, we started working on a certification process. We put out a soil permit certification form for LSRPs to complete. We put that out in January. We put out the one for groundwater, and I get my months mixed up. It was either March or May. And the whole idea of this was the LSRP completes this certification, checks off the right boxes, and basically it makes what we then would have to look at in terms of the permit application much simpler. To date, we have issued 89 soil permits using this certification form, with staff taking only 36 days to issue the permit once that certification was completed. 35 groundwater permits have also been issued, taking only 22 days for the staff to issue that permit. So part of this long-winded explanation is for the LSRPs and the RPs who are listening to this talk. Again, please go back, review those certification forms, see what's required if the permit qualifies for it, and again, submit that certification to us, and chances are excellent that you will get your permit within a month or so, as opposed to potentially taking still up to a year to get those other permits out the door. Okay, that was my PSA for the day. Next slide, please. Some of the regulatory update to cover. We have a new residential lead soil remediation standard. It through our remediation standards 7:26D, we have a provision in there that if EPA updates some of their information, we can, by notice, update our soil standard. So that is what we did. EPA updated their IEUDK model in earlier this year. So in May 2024, we issued a new standard of 200 milligrams per kilogram. There was a 6-month phase-in period, which ended at the beginning of this month. And basically during that phase-in, it meant if somebody was in the middle and pretty close to getting their remedial action work plan or their remedial action report completed in that 6-month period, they were able to go through using the old standard. And that's a statutory provision where, as long as the standard didn't drop by an order of magnitude, they are allowed to use the historical standard. So because the number went from 400 to 200, as opposed to 400 to 40, that phase-in period applied to those cases. Next slide, please. SARA 2.0 rulemaking. This has been in the works for a while. The rule proposal is finally out on the street. We made primarily, the primary changes we made were to the administrative requirements for the remediation of contaminated sites and the technical requirements for site remediation. The proposal was published in the October 21st, 2024 register, and we did not have time to update this slide. The public hearing was held yesterday, November 21st, at which it was announced that the end of the comment period has actually been extended, and that new comment period end date is January 31st, 2025. We did have some folks write in and make that request. Unfortunately, I had to put the slides in on Monday, or I think we put them in last Friday, and we got the final okay on the extension on Wednesday afternoon, yesterday. So we made that announcement yesterday at the public hearing, and it's also been posted. We sent out listservs, and so hopefully all that everybody who needs to know about the extension is aware of it now. Next slide, please. The last update, regulatory update I'll speak to is the remediation standards and groundwater quality standards, and these are geared primarily towards PFAS. Again, through our rulemaking or through our existing rules, both for groundwater and for soil, we are allowed to post interim standards that are need to be used as soon as they're posted, and but we do have a time frame in which we're supposed to adopt those. So we're going through that right now. So the PFAS that are involved are PFNA, PFOA, PFOS, and GenX. And the other soil standard that we have an interim number out there for is methanol. So we needed to make sure we grab that as well. We're also working with Water Resource Management to promulgate a groundwater quality standard for GenX. We need groundwater quality standards in order to then come up with the soil leachate and impact and migration to groundwater soil standards. The proposal is still draft and in legal review. We are anticipating a publication of the rule proposal, in the New Jersey Register in early 2025. Next slide, please. Okay. Last thing that's kind of related to the remediation standards. EPA in May came out with new maximum contaminant levels, MCLs, for 3 PFAS, PFNA, PFOA, and PFOS, where we already have our own MCLs. And then they also came out with MCLs for GenX and, I always get this one backwards, PFHXS and PFBS. The PFBS, I believe, is actually part of a hazard index where it's a cumulative along with PFNA and one other compound. I forget which. I'm sorry for that. Anyway, we will be updating. We're working again with Water Resource Management to update the groundwater quality standards for PFNA, PFOA, and PFOS. And the way this will work in terms of our standards is and I don't know if WRM will speak to this later, but New Jersey is a primacy state, so we have our own MCLs. We have to go through a process of actually adopting the new numbers from EPA as our primary drinking numbers, as the MCLs. From that, they then get adopted as the groundwater quality standards, which then allows us to adopt them as the remediation standards. Those second two parts we're assuming will be done by notice, or we're planning to do it by notice simultaneously for when the MCLs get proposed and adopted. All of that would happen at once. At the same time, we would have new toxicity factors, and that will then allow us to update the soil standards, which is a separate effort and a separate rule. Again, we are not expecting order of magnitude issues. So as long as people have been moving along with the current standards that we have, they should not be concerned, but that they'll have to go back and do additional work at any point. The next slide is just a table, please, comparing the various numbers. So the far left column of numbers are the new EPA MCLs. Next column is the current groundwater quality standards. And then the soil numbers are the last four columns heading to the right. So I'll just let people look at that for a minute. Okay, that was a quick minute. I'm a New Yorker. That was my New York minute. Move on to the next slide, please. So technical guidance that we're working on as way back in 2009 as part of the Site Remediation Reform Act. The department was given the ability. We do not regulate through guidance, but we are mandated to create technical guidance for conducting site remediations. We need to create these technical guidances with the input of stakeholders. Again, these are not enforceable as rule. They are enforceable to the extent that if this is the accepted guidance and somebody does not follow it while doing a remediation, that's fine. You need to provide an explanation as to why you did something differently. You used other guidance created by another state, EPA, whomever, and give an explanation as well to document how this what you did is still protective and is protective as our guidance and is protective of public health and safety and the environment. So a quick primer on where the guidance comes from. The guidance, the big one that's finally done after many years of work, mainly because it's a very large document, is the Field Sampling Procedures Manual. The last chapters were posted earlier this year. The big one being contaminants, a chapter on contaminants of emerging concern. And we also posted 2 additional fact sheets for how to do some of the sampling, and that one was for PFAS, and the other was for 1,4-dioxane as another emerging contaminant. The lower part of this slide shows guidance documents that we are working on currently, or will be starting to. The SI, Site Investigation, Remedial Action, Soil Technical Guidance. The final draft we're looking to be posting next month. The Historic Fill Committee just reconstituted. I believe they've had 1 or 2 meetings at this point, and they're looking to get a final draft out next year. They're looking at updating the technical and practicability guidance. And again, for site remediation, technical and practicability, I believe at this time only applies to groundwater remediations. And again, they're looking at first quarter of next year to get a final draft out. The 3 analytical methods documents that we have also sometime in 2025 to get a final draft out. And then the landfill investigation technical guidance, that committee also just restarted, and they're looking at the end of 2025 to get their information out. Next slide, please. Just discussion on brownfields. They've been we had the Brownfield and Contaminated Site Remediation Act, the Brownfield Act, which came out, I believe, in 1997. Gave us a definition of what a brownfield is, and as everybody can read there, it's any former or current commercial or industrial site that is currently vacant or underutilized and on which there has been or there is suspected to have been a discharge of a contaminant. So, being designated as a brownfield, it does open up some some funding mechanisms for folks. It allows you to also be often considered as part of a brownfield development area. There used to be issues as well for solar projects, but the solar projects changed from brownfield site to a contaminated site. But again, we do have brownfield sites. There is a database, I believe that's maintained by, I think it's the Secretary of State's office, where people can load in what they consider themselves, whether they consider themselves to be a brownfield. And we also do work through EDA, the Economic Development Authority. We work with them in terms of how we disperse hazardous discharge site remediation fund monies, whether through a loan or a grant. So the brownfields are sites that are designated as brownfields and the BDAs, as I mentioned, going through the org chart, that's overseen through the Office of Brownfield and Community Revitalization. And that group is dedicated to facilitating remediations and redevelopment efforts at brownfield sites. They help to pilot innovative approaches to expedite that community revitalization process. So next slide, please. So what do we get from brownfields? They save land. This has kind of been on everybody's radar for a while now. Obviously, it's better to redevelop a brownfield than to develop a greenfield. Redeveloping these brownfields reduces flooding, again, as much as anything by keeping greenfields around. It improves air quality, keeping trees out there. It improves our economy. You redevelop these blighted properties, it helps with the tax base. It often then gets redeveloped, and another company will come in and creates jobs. It generates tax revenue. And again, it also lowers carbon footprint. Instead of having to you're spending all of this on cleaning up one property, and in the meantime, you're developing a different property. It helps to lower with the carbon footprint. It also reduces urban heat islands. It improves stormwater management. It upgrades existing infrastructure, and it adds resiliency elements. A lot of brownfields, depending on where they are being developed, they elevate the properties as part of the remediation and the development. They will elevate those properties out of the new FEMA floodplains as sea level rise occurs. So next slide, please. The brownfield development areas, as the slide is saying, we consist of multiple brownfield sites that are in close proximity to one another. And the key for that is trying to get the sites all cleaned at one time and then developed at one time rather than piecemeal, getting these larger development projects moving. Site remediation works with selected communities affected by these multiple brownfield sites to design and implement a remediation and reuse plans for these properties all simultaneously. The first BDA program was launched in 2002. Between 2003 and 2009, 31 BDAs in 29 municipalities, covering close to 3,300 acres of abandoned and underutilized land. Those BDAs had been moving along with the remediations, and they were far enough along, we decided it was time to relaunch. So the program was relaunched, or reannounced, I should say, in October 2023, a little over a year ago. Applications were received through the end of July, and those are currently under review, and we're hoping to announce the new BDAs by the end of this year or early 2025. I believe that was everything that I had on those. So next slide, please. And my last slide here is, as I had said at the beginning, some funding opportunities if people aren't aware. And again, here's a list. We have the Hazardous Discharge Site Remediation Fund, which provides funding to public and qualifying private entities for the remediation of a known or suspected discharge of a hazardous substance or hazardous waste. I should preface this with saying many of these are based, hazardous HDSRF and spill fund are based on the discharge of a hazardous substance. It has to be a hazardous substance. If it's just a contaminant or a pollutant and it's not on the hazardous substance list, then these funds would not be available. But again, HDSRF grants are available to existing and prospective owners or operators of child care facilities as well for reimbursements up to $1,500 to complete a PA. And again, if folks want to open up a child care, they should do that PA first to make sure what the conditions are of that property. Again, for child care operators, you need to have an RAO in hand, certificate of occupancy, before you can open up that center. Getting these HD monies can help defray some of those costs. As I had mentioned earlier, the Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Fund that provides loans and grants to eligible owners and operators of leaking unregulated petroleum underground storage tanks, and that includes all residential heating oil tanks. For a while, we were also providing funding to get non-leakers out of the ground. We were kind of a victim of our own success. We started spending more money getting clean tanks out of the ground, non-leaking tanks out of the ground. We were running out of money to actually clean up the leaking tanks. So right now we're still focusing on just the leaking tanks. The Spill Compensation Fund Damage Claims Program, or the Spill Fund, this is assisting eligible, innocent individuals, businesses, and local governments that have been impacted directly or indirectly, damaged by the discharge of a hazardous substance. Again, you have a potable well that is impacted by the neighborhood gas station. You have BTEX in that well, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes. You can come to the Spill Fund and we will reimburse or assist with payment to get treatment, a POET system, a point of entry treatment system, put onto that well and help to maintain, help to maintain that system. The last funding opportunity I'm going to mention is our technical assistance grants. These were established through the Site Remediation Reform Act, and this is providing funding to nonprofit community groups to employ a licensed site remediation professional as a technical advisor to perform activities to improve the public's understanding of environmental conditions and remediation at contaminated sites in their communities. It can be reviewing reports submitted by the retained LSRP conducting the remediation and things like that. But again, we've had a handful of technical assistant grant requests come in, and there's been back and forth. Most if not all of them have been approved. But this is one we'd like to let folks know is out there and is established through the, as I said, the Site Remediation Reform Act. That is the end of my presentation here. The next slide is just if anybody has any questions. And I'd like to thank you all very much for letting me speak today.
Well, thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Hames. It's very encouraging to hear about very encouraging to hear that projects are being closed out more and the progress and benefits for the economy and the environment. If anyone has any questions, please put them in the chat. But one that I had that came to mind during your talk: do you expect the change in government at the federal level to affect your program at all?
So, we do receive some federal dollars, and we are in the process of evaluating. We're not expecting to lose those dollars, but we are doing an evaluation as a just in case. And again, we do have, I'm going to say approximately 120, 125, 130 Superfund sites in the state, and whether funding will still be provided through EPA. Those are all at the federal level, so not sure what will happen with that if they do decide to continue with the work that's ongoing at those sites. And then we have approximately 200, 250 RCRA cases in federal lead or federal facilities. So, a lot of it's going to be up to EPA and the federal government. Our mission, we're just going to keep moving forward. If the feds let us keep working on them, we will keep working on them. We have no intention of backing off any of the work we're doing right now.
Absolutely. Now, I don't remember off the top of my head, but during his first administration, were there any changes in New Jersey to
during which administration? I didn't catch it. Which administration?
Under the first Trump administration.
I'll be honest, I do not remember.
That's fair. Joanne, I'm still not seeing the questions in the chat. Has anything popped up?
Yes, there are a couple of questions. Here, first one is in January 2024, DEP proposed amendments to the groundwater quality standards that included more stringent standards for benzene, ethylbenzene, et cetera. Is there any update to the status of this proposal and when it will be adopted?
I get to punt on that one. Those are the groundwater quality standards, and that rule is through the water resource management. We help with those. There were questions that came in on the rule proposal that regarded impacts to remediations, the number of remediations, things like that. But otherwise, you'll have to save that question for one of the folks from water.
Right, and Kim Seno is the last speaker of the day, so we should save the question for her. Yeah, I know groundwater standards are important to people doing site remediation, but you don't have the lead. Sorry about that.
Nope, that's fine.
The next question that came in, I feel like I should know as a board member, but it says, how can an LSRP be considered to be an advisor for a TAG grant recipient? I'm not sure. I looked up TAG grant, and it was something about tuition. So I'm not sure what TAG grant is in your world, David.
So it's a technical assistance grant, and
Okay.
I'll be honest. I need to go back and double check that whether it must be an LSRP, but it's for cases. It's more so for cases that are being overseen by LSRPs. The tag is for a third party to come in and do a review. Just get there to make sure if they have questions, what's going on with that remediation? Is everything being done properly? Is there anything that we might question? You can apply to the department, and it's two $5,000. I believe it's two $5,000 grants. One at like an RI stage, one at an RA remedial action stage, and it's again that you can do your own. It's like for a community advisory group if they want to come in and just make sure that how everything is being done and conducted for the remediation. I would need to double check and make sure if it must be done by an LSRP or it can be an environmental professional. And see who, but again, it's to hire somebody to come in, review files. I do not believe it will pay for them to go out do sampling or anything like that, but it's to review the files, see what's going on with the remediation, and provide information to that community group that's interested in knowing what's going on with a given remediation.
Right. I know to add is I'm on the Site Remediation Professionals Licensing Board, and I would just add that if you are an LSRP serving as an advisor to a tag, then you might want to retain yourself. And I'm not absolutely sure, but ask us and we'll help you figure it out. It's better to retain by accident than not to retain. It doesn't cost you anything. And while I have my Site Remediation Professional Licensing Board hat on, I just want to mention that the next exam, it will be in April of 2025. It's really hard to remember because every month's kind of wacky.
I was close.
Yeah, so it's April of 2025. The next question is, I think this might also be a water quality question, is what can we expect this year for progress with PFAS in drinking water and treating PFAS at POTWs? Water question?
Yes.
Yep, okay, good. We'll save that for Kim when she comes on later.
Yeah. My group handles the private potable wells, a homeowner well or something that's truly private, anything, and I'm never good at remembering the whole matrix that they have for water, but anything public supply wells, if it's private community, private non-community, those are usually handled over through the water program.
Next question, could you repeat the total number of RAOs, the number withdrawn and the number invalidated, that early statistics that you provided?
Let me find that page. So as of, I believe this is through the end of October, there were 22,376 RAOs issued, 648 withdrawn by an LSRP, and 25 invalidated by the department.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. Pat on the back, somebody notes that you are doing an excellent job. And you can write to him later. Just one, another person likes what you're doing. Oh, you've got a lot of fans here today.
I swear I didn't have my family log into this.
I know. Yeah,
thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it. And on behalf of the program, not just myself, but on behalf of the program, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so and then here's a question, sort of, I think, I believe you briefly mentioned early in the org chart that you're bringing someone into your office to handle PFAS or to help with PFAS issues. Can you expand upon that?
Yeah. So, as I mentioned, we're working on the remediation standards. There are litigation issues going on. I cannot go any deeper than that than to say. We have several litigation issues going on that involve PFAS. We are finding PFAS in potable wells, that whether it's through people filing spill fund claims or other mechanisms. The bottom line is there's a lot of PFAS related activity in the site remediation group. I personally cannot keep track of it all. Some of it is with my money side, some of it is with my publicly funded side, some of it is with my federal side. I need one person that all of that information can go to. I can't have my 3 directors running around trying to coordinate it all. I'll be honest, this is something I tried to do a few years ago. I have been working on it for a while. An opportunity recently came up, and I jumped on it. So again, it's the primary reason is just to get things coordinated within site remediation. I can have a single person I can go to make sure what's going on with all the various projects.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm going to ask one more question. Unregulated tank remediation is overseen by the LSRP only?
No, that is an exception that was written into, oh gosh, now I'm going to space on it, whether it was the Site Remediation Reform Act or as part of that legislation it went into the Brownfield Act. I think it's in the Site Remediation Reform Act that says only for unregulated heating oil tanks you can use either an LSRP or a subsurface evaluator. They're the one exception to who can do a remediation. All other remediations are supposed to be with an LSRP.
Great.
And then if you look, I'm sorry, Joanne, if you look in the heating oil tank site remediation rule, or the HOTSA rule, 26F, I believe it is, they have a definition of what is an unregulated heating oil tank, and from there you can tell whether you need to use an LSRP or you can use the subsurface evaluator.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate your answers. And going over that org chart was very, very helpful.
Okay.
So, thank you.
And we are looking at getting a correct organizational chart posted. It's one of those ones where 10 sets of eyes look at it and nobody catches the one spelling mistake or things like that. And it's, but we are hoping to get that up there so folks can see it. And I'm not positive, don't quote me on this. I hope that org chart will have some names associated and contact information, things like that.
Great. Thank you. And so I'm going to, so I have a few announcements at this point. First, unfortunately, the commissioner will not be able to be with us today. And so, and he didn't have slides that he was going to speak off the cuff because he's so good at that. And so we won't be able to have anybody fill in for him. So what we've done is we've let Dave answer more questions than we would have. We're going to go on to our next speaker who is to come right after the break, Nick Procopio, and then we'll take probably a slightly extended break and a slightly extended lunchtime so that we can get back on track. And it's for those people who are coming in because they know when the speaker they wanted to hear is speaking. So that's our plan according to the text chain that I've been reading, and hopefully I am up to speed. If not, they'll correct me after Nick is through speaking. I'm really happy today to be able to introduce Nick Procopio. He's the director of the DEP's Division of Science and Research, where he oversees the multidisciplinary research and science-based technical support for the department's programs. As such, he serves as the scientific lead for the development and expansion of policies that are built on defensible science. And I've always been really impressed with how broad the reach is of the folks in science and research. They cover an amazing array of topics and content areas. He's also responsible for coordination and administration of the DEP's Science Advisory Board, which provides the commissioner with independent peer review and advice on scientific and technical issues. Nick received his PhD from Drexel, where he also serves as an adjunct professor. And I'm going to turn it over to Nick now. Thank you for being with us today.
Thanks, Joanne. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with everybody today, and I'm really intimidated to follow David with all of the compliments he was receiving. So if anybody is generous and wants to drop one or two, it'll make me feel a lot better at the end of this. So the goal of my presentation here is to just sort of introduce what we do in the Division of Science and Research, give a broad scale overview of how we contribute not just to we contribute to the development of science for the department, but how that science and applied research can translate over to the breadth of the department and the individual programs, and help them make better decisions based on a foundation of science. And so, next slide, please. And so here's our org chart, just to show you where we sit relative to the other programs, sort of truncated at the bottom there. You see the AC units at the bottom, and then working our way up from the Commissioner's office. Division of Science and Research, we sit under the Deputy Commissioner, and that helps us sort of stay independent of any individual AC program area, so that we can assist each of them without any bias towards one or the other. Next slide, just a quick hit. And within the Division of Science and Research, we have 3 bureaus. And just briefly, those 3 bureaus are the Bureau of Risk Analysis, the Bureau of Environmental Assessment, and our Office of Quality Assurance. I'll assume or make the assumption that many of you are familiar with our Office of Quality Assurance and what we do there. And if you're not, I'm going to spend a good few minutes talking about them and what they do, because I do think there's a direct application to many of you out there in what you do in your professions. So our Bureau of Risk Analysis is based primarily around human health, toxicology evaluations, standard development and review. Our Bureau of Environmental Assessment focus primarily on natural and environmental resources. There's always a little bit of overlap between those 2 unit areas, but they're essentially our 2 focus, our research focused bureaus. And then the Office of Quality Assurance is a unit that helps to maintain compliance, guides quality assurance protocols throughout the department and outside the department as well. Next slide. So what our work looks like. So these few bullets here just try to elaborate on what we do. We've been described, or I like the description that I've heard from others, some people use, I'll use it here. At least the 2 bureaus, risk analysis and environmental assessment, or research units, can be thought of as either a consultant to the department, or sometimes the search engine or Google for the department, because we're asked in many ways by different programs to, in a sort of this consultant role, can you develop research or investigate, sort of more in a long-term approach, to pull together information, develop experiments, conduct field research, et cetera, to help us, address a research need or information gap. And so from that perspective, I'm thinking of us as consultants. It's a longer-term approach to answering a question, whereas other programs may come to us with, we don't need anything long-term, field research or benchtop experimental-wise, but we do have a research interest or a gap that we need to be closed and filled. And we'll survey current scientific literature, pull together information, write up a white paper or technical memo to the program to help them address their issues. Also on this slide, you see we act as a liaison. The Division of Science and Research acts as the liaisons to the Science Advisory Board to provide DEP programs with outside expertise on scientific issues. And so the Science Advisory Board is really an advisory board, if you will. Structurally, it's an advisory board for the commissioner. We facilitate it on behalf of the commissioner. And so if anybody is interested, I don't think I have or it might be coming up, a link. But if you were to go to the Division of Science and Research website, there's a link right across the top for the Science Advisory Board. It's got a handful of ongoing issues, and then all of the past reports are posted there. And again, love this, we all like multidisciplinary perspectives, right? We come together from a variety of perspectives to pull information together to provide programs with the most current, most state-of-the-art information, so that when we make decisions, when we make policy recommendations, we can fold back and see that there is a scientific basis for them. And that's the team that I run. Next slide, please. The division has a variety of staff members. Altogether, we have about 42 staff, and they range in technical expertise. We don't often have multiple people with areas of expertise in the same focus area. So, for example, just off the top there, you see climate change. We have one person that's dedicated to, is designated, if you will, as our climate change representative and expert, but there are certainly folks that have tangential knowledge of the area, of the topic area, and contribute. Toxicology, we have a couple of toxicologists in the process of hiring an additional one, but for anything from chemistry and microbiology, you'll see drinking and wastewater treatment technologies is an area that we've been asked recently to really focus in on. So wetlands, coastal wetlands, freshwater wetlands, trying to have informational and contextual basis with this as far-reaching in the division as we can. We can't cover every technical topic that might be of interest to the department, but we try and cover as much as we can with the staff that we have. Next slide, please. And so that Science Advisory Board. So here you see this sort of structurally, that SAB. The SAB website is at the top there, but you see TSR in that yellow little block there, we serve as the liaison to the board. And with the board, or under the board, there's 4 designated committees. One that focuses on climate and atmospheric sciences, ecological processes, public health, and water quality and quantity. If there's a charge that we're directed to that doesn't fit nicely or squarely in any one of those, we can develop ad hoc committees. And ad hoc committees can be a collection of folks from any of those 4 standing committees, or we can bring in outside experts as necessary to fill those gaps. And again, check out the SAB webpage if you want to see any of the completed projects. We also list members of the SAB there. And there is, I guess I'll put the plug out there too. In the spring, we'll be soliciting for new members of the board as openings and expirations take place. So if you know somebody who would sit nicely on the SAB, you think it might be a coworker or a colleague or yourself, take a look at the nomination process, and there is a form on the page where you can submit nominations. Next page, please. Okay. Some of the ongoing charges of the board, we're looking at low embodied carbon concrete products, bioplastics, and human health impacts of estrogens and pharmaceuticals in New Jersey's water. So those 3 charges are open and active. And then some recently completed reports. The recently completed reports, you can find, again, their full report to the department on the website. So carbon storage capacity of forest soils, think of that as a carbon sequestration, climate change related issue, biofuels. In that question, they looked at existing and potential sources of biofuels for New Jersey. Microplastics, a hot button issue these days. They looked at microplastics from an environmental and a human health perspective. And they also provide peer reviews for us. Thank you. And next slide. All right. So for the rest of this discussion, I want to focus on quality assurance and then the research that the division does. And so I'll start with our Office of Quality Assurance. Again, I think some of this, maybe not the details, but the program itself and the general function of the OQA is something I think many of you might be familiar with. So our Office of Quality Assurance is broken down into two units. There's the quality assurance or quality management side of the office, and then there's a laboratory certification side. And so I'll start with a brief description of the QA program, the quality assurance side, and go over some of the basics of Lab Cert as we move through. So next slide. Okay. And so DEP programs are guided by various state and federal regs that require environmental data to be documented with some level, or especially high level, of quality. To comply with these regulations, the department has formalized a document that we call the Quality Management Plan, which documents the department's quality practices and procedures, roles, responsibilities, and lays out the authority that the OQA has. EPA requires any organization that's receiving funding for environmental programs to have an established QMP, quality management plan. So this is something that we are obligated to EPA to produce, but certainly has value through and through the department in standardizing quality assurance. And so our QMP went into effect in 2020. It's effective until June of 2025. So we're in the process of revising this QMP and updating it. It's developed by OQA staff in accordance with EPA publications titled EPA Requirements for Quality Management Plans. So there is guidance on how this document is produced, what goes into it, and so on. So an update is underway and moving forward. Current quality management plan is posted on the Office of Quality Assurance's website, which can be found from the DSR main site. Next slide, please. And so what gets built out of the quality management plan is this idea of quality assurance project plans, QAPs. We refer to them as QAPs. So, but these quality assurance plans, super critical to anything programs are doing that includes collecting, analyzing, or evaluating data. One of the topics that's maybe most interesting to all of you is this QAP and how do we manage, or why do we manage data in the way that we do, the quality of the data in the way that we do. So these QAPs, they are formal documents that detail the necessary quality assurance and quality control, as well as other technical activities that must be performed to satisfy stated performance criteria. And that's the key. There are expectations that all of you have on the level of the quality of the data. And so how do we assess, or how do we convey, how do we communicate to you at what level we want that data collected and why? And it's through the development of these QAPs. So all projects that involve data collected by or for DEP must have an OQA approved quality assurance plan prior to starting. And we have developed templates for these quality assurance plans. And so it's the template is there, as you would expect. It's to help standardize production of a QAP, but also to ensure that we do our best to communicate expectations, what we would expect to see in these quality plans, and take away some of the guesswork that's sometimes involved. Next slide, please. All right. There are approximately 800 labs that participate in the laboratory certification program. So this is the other arm of OQA. In average, we perform approximately 250 audits by 12 auditors that are in the Office of Quality Assurance. 800 labs, 12 auditors, about 250 per year. And all of our auditors have backgrounds in various fields, such as environmental science or analytical chemistry, and generally all with previous laboratory experience. And so the Office of Quality Assurance and the Lab Cert program forms following activities when certifying a lab. We look at review or we look to review certification applications, audit and approve laboratories' quality system and technical methodologies, and that most typically involves a site visit. We review data as it comes in, and we also facilitate the annual recertification of labs. All right, next slide. Okay, and so we certify labs for drinking water. We certify them for non-potable water, air, solid chemical materials, biological tissues. So there's a wide variety of labs that participate in the certification program. And what we're showing just here is of those 800 laboratories, how they sort of break out in the different media that they perform. So we have 167 drinking water laboratories out of that 800 that are certified by OQA. And so various labs do different things. Some of them are certified for inorganic, some are certified for RADs. We have 6 asbestos certified labs, 79 labs certified for microbiology. And it's just a quick snapshot. Next slide, please. And this slide here is just to expand on that previous. It's not just about drinking water quality. There's a number, a host of other analytes that are certified or could be certified. So the CERT program also, or should be noted, it's certs by parameter or analyte. So OQA offers certification for thousands of analytes, just showing a quick highlight here of some of the more common notable compounds. You can think of them as grouped into different testing areas with some examples here. Maybe just to list a few: whole effluent toxicity, organics, inorganics, again, metals, and you can see a few there. And important to note too, OQA only certifies for the testing of parameters within each of these areas, with the exception of our Private Well Testing Act, in which case under PWTA, OQA also certifies sampling protocols, so how the samples are collected. But typically it's just testing analytical method analysis of the compounds is typically what is certified. For the large part, the majority of our certifications, sample handling, collection is not certified. Only parameters certified under the Private Well Testing Act are certified for collection. All right, next slide, please. We'll transition to ongoing research. So I mentioned up front, our division manages Office of Quality Assurance, that's the QMP, the management plan, as well as our certification. That's what I just reviewed. The other portion of our division is the research end of things. And so just what I'll do with the remainder of my time is walk through some of the highlights of ongoing research. And so, again, show that we've got, I'm not going to go through every project, of course, about 60 projects, about $19 million worth of active research right now. With respect to PFAS, everybody seems to be interested in PFAS, and for good reason, of course. We have 8 ongoing research projects that we are either leading, cooperating with outside entities, usually academics, or with other programs in the department. And that PFAS-related work is about $1.8 million in total. In our partners, again, academic, federal partners, contract partners, there's a good amount. So I'll step through some examples. Next slide, please. Human health and toxicology. So within the division, I noted up front that we have toxicologists on staff, human health experts, and we provide, so through them, we provide scientific and technical support for new and updates to human health criteria, especially for groundwater quality and surface water quality standards. We do assist in site remediation program, their standards, where when they need assistance, drinking water standards. We have members of our team that are on the Drinking Water Quality Institute but our most direct guidance and assistance is through groundwater quality and surface water quality standards. So compounds such as PFOA, PFOS, 1,4-dioxane, compounds that we would provide input and advice to just in the current. You name a toxic compound, and we're trying to understand it as best we can, not just those few. We develop non-cancer toxicity factors or reference doses, fish consumption triggers for compounds of concern in the waterways that might be accumulating in fish. We are specifically concerned with accumulation of these contaminants in fish because we know there are communities that consume fish on a sort of sustenance basis, not just from commercial, what you buy at the grocery store, but what somebody might catch in our local lakes, take home and feed the family. So we're concerned with that, and we want to make sure that folks in any of those areas that are taking fish home have an understanding of, or at least an advisory on consumption rates. And we develop recreational advisories. One that we're working on right now is for brevetoxin, which is an algal toxin produced in marine waters. So they're quite active and involved. Next slide, please. Some other activities that our human health side and our Bureau of Risk Analysis focus on assessing predictive modeling, that whether or not it can be used or utilized to locate and prioritize lead service lines for removal. We review tox information from outside agencies as well as internal information that's requested. For example, we might look at compounds that are added in geothermal wells. We've done that in the past couple of years. We've looked at pesticides. Manganese in drinking water was a question that we've had recently that we provided guidance to programs on. Synthetic or artificial turf is a hot button issue that we've been able to review and evaluate from a couple of different perspectives, and all with the effort of trying to give programs information they need to make good decisions, right? Next slide, please. Other areas that we focus on, we are, again, everything we're doing is assistance to other programs. So with waste management, we can review literature with advanced or chemical recycling, however we phrase that function of that service, right? Review literature of bioplastics, plant-based plastic alternatives. These are more cutting-edge, new focus topics around the community. So doing our best to stay on top of the literature, information, provide background and technical support where it's asked for and where it's needed. And then we're looking at and evaluating PFAS and microplastic removal efficiencies through wastewater treatment plants. Those are two projects. PFAS, we're working with Stevens Institute, and microplastics, we're working with Rutgers, looking at 4 wastewater treatment plants and the movement and efficiency, removal efficiency of those 2 topic areas through the wastewater treatment plants. Information gaps and trying to close the loop there. Next slide. Just step you through some of the active research, PFAS-related research that we are conducting. Spend a couple minutes here. Next slide. And so the bullets that you see are very high-level overviews of the project areas. If you're interested in any specific project, you can always reach out to me, and I'll put you in contact with either the project manager or the PI, and we can dig deeper into each of these projects. But we're looking at PFAS occurrence at targeted sites and evaluating PFAS at surface water, sediment, and fish tissue. This is a contaminant movement through the system type approach. And so that's, again, but targeted is the key word here. We're looking into areas where we think or assume, based on past uses, that PFAS might be present in the environment. We are looking at PFAS in precipitation and ambient air across the state. And this is a project that we have in collaboration with EPA, Office of Research and Development. We're looking at PFAS bioaccumulation factors in fish. Actually, that project just wrapped up in the past week, really. And that information, the bioaccumulation information, is being incorporated into development of surface water quality standards. So it's an important connection between what we see in the real world, in the field, and pulling that back into our criteria developments. Evaluating PFAS and microplastics in removal and wastewater treatment, I mentioned that. And also looking at some novel treatment and destruction techniques of PFAS and 1,4-D with outside partners. And this is the two approaches. Again, this is specifically, or the intent here is specifically for destruction, not filtration or any other type of separation, but actual destruction. And we're looking at electrochemical destruction techniques and plasma-based techniques at destruction. And both of those are still in progress. We don't have final reports yet on those, but some of the preliminary feedback that we're getting is that they seem to be both methods seem to be pretty efficient at very high levels, but not as efficient when levels get really low, or when we need to get levels really low, like close to drinking water or surface water quality standards. So still novel, still looking at how to improve those and make them more efficient, but also what I'm hoping that we see in these reports that we get from these two collaborators is whether or not they have practical use in POET treatment systems, so on a small scale, but we shall see. Next slide, please. Let's PFAS transition over to another broad topic area, climate change. And so our office is heavily engaged in climate change conversations around the department. And so just to highlight here, a climate change report from 2020, the department scientific report. We were a major contributor in pulling together information and organizing that report, as well as what came out in 2022, which was an addendum to the 20 report, but looked at human health and communities and how they might be affected by climate change. So we've taken the information in those two reports and added it into a more user-friendly online experience where it's at the bottom of the slide, a web resource. And there's a link there as well. But again, all of this information you can find quickly from the main climate change page. So dep.nj.gov/climate change, and you can find a tab for science. And under science, you'll find these reports. And also at the bottom of that science page, a list of research gaps and needs that we've identified. And we'll use those needs and gaps to help prioritize future research. Next slide, please. As part of climate change initiative, the department has issued recently a natural and working lands strategy, which targets areas that we could mitigate for climate change through protection, restoration, and strategic management of our natural resources and working lands. Again, this is carbon sequestration driven, and it is department-wide initiatives as well as initiatives that folks from outside the department can dive into. I see Joanne. That means something.
2 minutes.
Perfect. I'll keep going. Thank you. And next slide, please. All right. One of the other major focus areas of the division right now is offshore wind. And I'll use these slides and I'll try to wrap things up real quickly here. But the offshore wind, the Research and Monitoring Initiative, is a joint venture between DEP and the Board of Public Utilities. We work closely with them, trying to reach the energy goals of the governor's office. So if you go to the next slide, please. Just to highlight some of the, again, this is the RMI, Research and Monitoring Initiative, is not to determine whether the efficiency of offshore wind or how many turbines to put out offshore or where to put them. This is really to look at the impacts and results that might influence the environment, the communities around them. And so our research priorities are focused around this wheel here that you see: data management, looking at turtles, at bats, at marine animals, fish and invertebrates, the physical environment, offshore as well, are focus areas. Currently, we have 14 projects initiated, and a lot of the dollars that you saw up front about research are tucked away in these projects. These are large-scale projects with multiple collaborators and take a lot of effort. But a very exciting place for us, the research space for us to be in right now. Next slide, please. And I'll try and wrap this up with these next couple of slides. Monitoring of targeted research in chemical contaminants throughout the state. Routine monitoring of toxics in fish is something that we've been doing for multiple decades, back to the late 70s. And you see here a picture of one of our former staff members, and this long-term effort of trying to collect tissue data, fish tissue data, so that we can provide advisories. But also, not just we take measurements of the contaminants in the fish, but also in the water, so we have this accumulated data to go hand in hand. I mentioned the PFAS bioaccumulation work that we're doing. Next slide, please, just to highlight some of the other toxins that we are interested and concerned about. I mentioned the advisories, bioaccumulation, but also looking at contaminants like 6-PPD quinone, which is a tire derivative that is sort of a novel, not a novel compound, it's novel research in this area around the country to see the impact of this suite of compounds and what impact it has on fish communities. Looking at pharmaceuticals, personal care products, certain pesticides, PPDEs, chlorinated paraffins, and who could forget PFAS, right? So the list of toxins that are in contaminants in our waterways is not this short, of course, but these are the ones that get a lot of focus and attention right now. Next slide. Harmful algal blooms. Again, just to highlight that it is an area of concern. We do have a microbiologist who is at the forefront of activities related to harmful algal bloom around the state, current research methods, and works closely with our Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring and trying to assess waterways and sort of look forward to sort of conditions like we just came out of. What happens when we go long dry periods, and how does that influence blooms? What happens if we have heavy rains and flush a lot of nutrients into the waterways? And how is that going to affect blooms? Not just the blooms, but then the toxin production that might be associated with them as well. Next slide. I won't have a chance to go deep into our wetlands work. Most of the wetland work that we do is coastal wetlands rather than interior freshwater wetlands. But we do have a couple of documents that I want to point out. And one is a wetland program plan that we've developed for EPA. And so this is basically a statement of work that we want to do and priorities that we have related to wetlands, that's freshwater and coastal, that we submit to EPA with multiple partners. We did this plan in conjunction with the Highlands Council, the Pinelands Commission, and the Sports and Entertainment Authority. And so we hold on to that document that helps us sort of prioritize our wetlands work. And then we have a network plan, which you see on the left of that slide, that helps us organize within the department within our priorities. So there's lots of work going on with wetlands. I wish we could just have a whole talk on wetlands. So if you're interested, we can always connect you. I've got two last slides. I will keep them very quick, Joanne. I see you there. And it'll just be to remind folks that you can go to the next slide. Go to the next one. Thank you. And just to note that DSR works closely with data that comes in under the Private Well Testing Act. take a quick shot of the link at the top of the page, that one that has the ArcGIS sort of link in the middle there. That'll take you to an online interactive map where we do our best to summarize the results that come in through the Private Well Testing Act. The Act limits us from sharing or in any other way displaying the site-specific information, so we have to aggregate that data. We do it by municipality, by county, and also what you see on this here are 2 mile by 2 mile grids. So check that out if you're interested in that data. There's a lot of information that have been collected over the past 20 plus years under that act. It's amazing data, and I only have 10 seconds. Next slide, please. And then lastly, I'll just point folks to our webpage again to look at our environmental trends. And our environmental trend reports are a collection. There's 39 of them. They touch on a number of different topics across the department, and they're intended to look at progress through time. So they are what they say, environmental trends. And so click around, there's topics there like, there's a group in air and climate, open space, water, plants, and wildlife. And what you see there is data that we work with, data that we collect from programs. We work closely with the programs and try to tell the story of a handful of metrics through time. That's our division. That's what we do. We do a lot with a little bit of staff. And again, we are a resource to all of the other programs within the department. And so we're here to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 questions that have come in that the first one is related to offshore wind, asking if you can look in your crystal ball. With the change in the federal administration, what will happen to the research program if the wind farm does not get constructed?
It's a good question. And my crystal ball is not that bright. For us, it's we move forward. That's certainly a complicated issue because it's not something that can easily just fall back and say the state is going to do what the state is going to do. This is such a mixed federal and state initiative. That's hard to determine.
Come back next year and find out.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Next question is regarding the PFAS bioaccumulation factors report.
Yes.
When will it be published on the DEP website?
Soon. When will soon be soon? So what we're doing is finalizing. We have the final report from the Academy of Natural Sciences was our partner. We have the final report. We're just putting sort of final formatting on the report. And what I didn't mention too much, when we do complete reports, we're trying to do a better job at translating those reports or providing a separate document that translates those reports to something that's a little bit more in layman terms. So we're producing fact sheets to go along with each of those. And so the project managers are developing that fact sheet and working with, internally to make sure that it's summarized appropriately, completely, but in sort of real world language. So we like to issue those at the same time. So I'm hoping within certainly before the end of the year, and hopefully sooner than that. But if you don't see it soon, or if you don't know where to look for it, my email was on the slide, and I think you have all that information. So folks are always encouraged to reach out to me directly, and I can point you to where current reports are, put you in contact with the project manager, or help you find things.
Great. Thank you so much. You covered a lot of material. We'll have to give you your full couple hours sometime.
I'll do my best at 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody, for your patience today as we try and rejuggle our morning agenda. We're going to take a break now, and I think since we have some time, we're going to do a 20-minute break. I'll see you all back in a few minutes. Thanks. Bye.
5, so I think we're going to get started up again with the program. Next up to speak is going to be Tim Davis, Program Specialist 3 with the Bureau of Air Enforcement. Tim focuses on things like the cargo handling equipment rules, and has been with the NJDEP since 1999, working in area enforcement, and often works with people in mobile forces as well. So, with that, I'm going to pass it over to Tim and say thank you very much for joining us.
Hi, thank you, Chris, and thank you for having me today. Director Wormley wasn't available, so she'd asked if I'd step in and just provide an update, and also just want to talk to you guys a little bit about the program that I'm in since 2018, which is the diesel enforcement. So next slide, please. So the one thing that was very important to mention was the fact that enforcement has received this alternative compliance monitoring strategy approval from EPA as of June of this year. And what this does is it takes away kind of the traditional targets that the enforcement has to meet, whether it's inspecting major facilities once every 2 years or whatever, and kind of gives them a little bit of leadway on that, and kind of count other initiatives that are being done by the department, including the diesel program, which covers idling, tampering, and cargo handling equipment. But that was it's a big win for enforcement, because we're called out from our positions a lot to handle complaints or handle other issues. And while you're at a complaint, if it involves a facility, they basically they'll go in there and they'll do a compliance inspection, and that way they get credit for that, rather than just kind of you guys all know how much time can be spent in dealing with incidents and complaints. So it's just a real positive for enforcement. Next slide, please. Okay, so like I was saying, so with the diesel enforcement program, we're focusing on basically on three different initiatives. Vehicle idling, which we've been doing this since the inception, since I started in '99. Vehicle tampering is relatively new. Both of these two are covered by two subchapters of the New Jersey Administrative Code. Subchapter 14, which covers the diesel vehicles, and 15, which in most aspects is a mirror of the diesel, and this covers just gasoline vehicles. And then we have our newest subchapter 34, which covers cargo handling equipment. Next slide, please. So as far as for idling vehicle investigations, the one thing I can't say enough is we do refer a lot of our idling complaints that we receive on the New Jersey hotline, to the appropriate field office of county office. And the reason for this, really, it's a timeliness issue. I mean, they're there. I mean, not that the state, we conduct plenty of idling investigations, but we do rely on our county partners to assist. And it's been a success as far as I'm concerned since we updated the rules back for 2007. I mean, it's not unheard of, but we really don't get second and third offenses. I mean, some school bus companies and whatnot, I mean, certainly there are exceptions, but for the most part, I mean, just the way our penalties are structured and everything else, as far as issuing to the registered owner of the vehicle rather than the drivers themselves, citing one vehicle in a fleet, it's like citing every vehicle, because they're all on notice, so it doesn't matter, which one is caught next of all the vehicles they have. It would be a second offense, and they understand our penalties are scalable. So it's really, in my opinion, the penalties and our regulations, it really work for us as far as not having repeat offenders. As far as the county goes, the one thing, two things, we were provided some monies from Motor Vehicle Commission, and we use that money to offer a overtime incentive for any interested county. And what we ask is that these are conducted after hours. They can be however they find out, whether it's random, there's a random, compliance inspection of the parking lots and whatnot, and malls. They could look at referrals that they had received earlier in that day. Whatever works for them, because obviously, again, with chronic idling issues, you kind of have somewhat of a pattern. So it might not be at the ideal hours. It might be happening early in the morning, or well after hours are normally done. So it's good to have that flexibility. It's nice that we offer this. Not that all the counties wouldn't, even without the overtime, a lot of the counties would, end up, initiating an investigation if there was any kind of, if there were any issues like, someone was injured or whatever like that. But regardless, it's the overtime has been a real plus. So last year, or last fiscal year, I should say, from this after-hour investigations with the counties. I mean, they did issue 197 violations, which I think is pretty impressive, for the time frame. Next slide, please. Where tampering? Okay, so now we're going to move on to tampering. Just going to hit these 3 points. As far as tampering goes, so what we're looking for is any vehicles that have emission components removed, or if there's a tuner installed in the computer to kind of trick everything out. We've been doing these since 2018, and the places we still conduct these at, we've been doing this, is new and used car dealerships. What we're looking for is usually trade-ins, or some of these vehicles that they sell are bought from auctions, and pretty much 1 out of 30% of them that we inspect at these locations have some sort of emissions tampering. So, and that's been consistent since when we started till our last inspection that we've conducted a few months ago. So I mean, this is an ongoing problem in the state. We also do roadside inspections in conjunction with the state police, motor vehicle commission, and also taxation. Just so you know, taxation involvement, which is nice because they have pullover authority, so we can work directly with them as well. They dip the tanks to make sure that the diesel fuel that's being in these vehicles is has the appropriate tax paid. So while they have them doing that, pulled over for that, we'll have the driver pop the hood, and we'll take a look underneath the vehicle just to see how the emissions are, and we have the ability to write violations based on that as well, which is a big help. We haven't been doing it lately, but we've for a while we mined social media, specifically like Facebook Marketplace, for vehicles that are being offered for sale. Our regulations are great. Our regulations cover, it's illegal to sell, lease, or even offer for sale or lease a vehicle that's tampered. So, we really have the opportunity to find them before the sale, and that way, it's not just about penalty collection. We're actually making them repair the vehicle and bring it back to stock, or back to the certified configuration, before compliance can be, before compliance is done and over with. So that's really been a big plus too. Our tampering regulations are also very strong. And we receive citizens complaints. I mean, we receive out-of-state complaints that bought vehicles in New Jersey, or Jersey residents that bought it at Jersey dealerships. And this is an ongoing problem. We try to have them work it out between themselves before we get involved. But either way, we do assure that the vehicle has been brought back to compliance as far as the emissions go. So that's been a big plus. And I work with Jeff Kennedy. I don't know if any of you guys know him. He's with Mobile Sources, and I mean, it's just as far as I'm concerned, I think the program's been a real success, and I'm just pretty proud of the whole program. Next slide, please. Just to give you guys this is just a real quick chart, just kind of showing our efforts to date, or maybe like 2 weeks ago. You can see this shows the number of investigations that we conducted, and I mean, I'm not worried so much about the penalty, but as far as and even the ones that have been closed out. And when I say closed out, that's for the most part, that's after the vehicles that we identified as tampered have been brought back to stock, and penalties have been negotiated or paid, however that goes. So I mean, we're pretty busy with this. The new cargo handling equipment is kind of it is taking a lot of our time, but we haven't. This is just on the back burner for a little bit, because we will be getting back into this pretty aggressively. I hope so in the future anyway. Next slide, please. Okay, so before I get to this, I kind of had some stuff out of order. So just bear with me 1 second. So as far as the tampering investigations, the other thing I wanted to mention is we also have dash cams in our state vehicles, and we've used these to record smoking vehicles that we can kind of get behind and stay behind. I mean, the regulations only allow for 3 consecutive seconds of visible smoke. So this is even the dash cam has been a real nice tool to have in our in our pocket for this. It's just worked out really well. All right, so the next initiative that's up and coming. Actually, on November 1st, we did hit the first milestone as far as the submittal being due. Is the cargo handling equipment rule, which is subchapter 34 in the New Jersey Administrative Code. So basically, what we're doing with this program is we're starting with the you have in the stationary engine world, you have tier 4 engines. Tier 4 final engines are the current and most productive as far as efficient and emissions friendly engine you have. And at the other end of the spectrum, you have tier 0. So beginning March 15th or March of 2025, sorry, we're going to begin with the older equipment first, the tier 0s, and they're going to basically have to upgrade these vehicles to the tier 4 final or full electric, state engine, that type of engine. Excuse me. So it's another. This is, as far as I'm concerned, this is another big emissions win for New Jersey over the next years. Where, I mean, some of these uncontrolled engines, they're all going to be replaced, like I said, with either full electric or a tier 4 final engine, which is just a world of difference as far as emissions go. And you can see right here on this table below me, you can see the. I hope I'm not screwing this up when I realized I was spinning the wheel. On the table below, you can see this is the schedule to get these equipment replaced. So we're obviously we're starting the replacement's going to start with the oldest equipment first, which is another real plus. So we have March 1st of these years is the deadline for tier 0 going, and then eventually anything that's not tier 4 final in 2028 will also have to be upgraded to tier 4 final. So it's really exciting and some real big emissions gains that we had from this for the state under this program. Next slide, please. Oh yeah, if I could just, I apologize for having this out of order. I just wanted to let you guys know, as far as for our tampering regulations, we don't just focus on this, but our main focus has been these medium duty diesel vehicles, and that comes with the gross vehicle weight rating between 8,500 pounds to 18,000. Currently, these are only subject to basically a self-certification as far as the emissions go. And I can tell you from the countless investigations I've conducted, nobody has the certificate or the any kind of indication that they've completed this. So for at least the last 30 years, this class of medium duty diesel vehicles has been they've been exempt from the inspection program, so they wouldn't have to pull into the lanes. And obviously that goes hand in hand with the 30% tampering rate that we find at used and new car dealerships in their inventory. So it's going to be huge. So when we first started this, I mean, we certainly joined an ongoing fight with mobile sources, and we just wanted to make a more compelling case, for the amount of, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is at 30% tampering rate, it's a pretty compelling argument that these vehicles should be brought into the lanes. And like my point is that this is an effort that went on long before me, but it worked because basically motor vehicles is going to start bringing these in. It won't start for a little while because they're in the middle of an RFP for a new vendor, and everything's going on. But they have updated their rules, and they publish it to the register in the first week in October. So there's a 60-day comment period, and assuming that there's no comments received, I assume it'll go into effect soon after that. And just ballpark from what I understand is we're looking somewhere between 2.5 and 3 years before they begin pulling them in. But again, I just think this is a big win as far as I'm concerned, especially with private sales. There's a little bit of a market that people kind of want these tampered vehicles. So I think if they had to bring them into the inspection lanes every year is what it is going to be for a while anyway, it's going to be a real disincentive for them to remove emissions equipment and then put it back on year to year. And next inspection, please. Or I'm sorry, next slide, please. Not even inspection on my mind. So, just to go back, so we're going to go back to cargo handling equipment rules. This slide just kind of shows you some of the equipment that would be associated with cargo handling. And let me tell you, I mean, I've been on a couple visits and inspections already, and it's some of the equipment, like the bottom left, the straddle carriers. I was, just being up in that while it's moving. I mean, it's some pretty amazing equipment they have for cargo handling in New Jersey. And the cargo handling equipment doesn't just include the operations that either load or unload a vessel, but it also covers railroad operations for Class 1 railroads. So this encompasses a lot of pieces of equipment in the state. We're just, like I was saying, we just hit a submittal date, and we're actually still reaching out to a couple companies and port areas just to talk to some of these people, just to try to get a definitive, where they're at as far as whether they're going to submit or whether they're, not applicable. So it's a little bit of, we're kind of doing a lot of legwork right now, but I think, it'll definitely pay off, come next March. We'll be ready to hit the ground running with the correct inventories. Next slide, please. Just some other equipment that the cargo handling equipment may include. I mean, it's a pretty extensive list. So you can imagine, if you're going from an uncontrolled engine to something that's state of the art, you're making some emissions gains. Next slide. Just one thing. This is a modeling that was done by the International Council on Clean Transportation. The picture on the left shows, where we are currently with the cargo handling equipment, and the slide on the right, which I think is pretty dramatic. You can see the reduction. That's basically, this is a full EV scenario. So we're talking an electric vehicle, with zero emissions. But just so you know, the emissions that remain on the photo on the right hand side, that's because of the number 6 fuel that the vessels are allowed to burn, in harbor, I guess. So that's just to give you an explanation. I mean, which is a significant amount also, but you can see the gain that's made by eliminating the cargo handling equipment. Next slide. Rochelle had this slide. She wanted to make sure you guys had all this contact, and I know these slides, these PowerPoints at some point will be available. And thank you very much for your time. I hope everyone has a great weekend, and also enjoy your holiday.
Well, thank you very much. That was very informative, Tim. And I think just to keep on the schedule, we're going to skip questions. But if anyone has any for Tim, put them in the chat, and we'll get the answers to you. Thank you again. That was great. Actually, next to speak. Thank you, Tim. Also, next to speak is going to be Director Mike Hastry, who works in waste and underground storage tank compliance and enforcement. He's been with the agency for 38 years. He oversees an enforcement program for solid waste, RCRA, hazardous waste, regulated medical waste, recycling, hazardous material transport, and as I said, underground storage tanks. So thank you to Director Hastry, and I will pass it up to you.
Hello, how's everybody? This first slide here, this presentation slide, this is actually a picture of my blotter on my desk. And yes, I have a desk, and yes, I have a blotter. And at this point, probably a blotter is more of an antique. But this is a picture of a facility. It's called Chemical Control, which was in Elizabeth, New Jersey. And in 1980, this facility blew up, had a massive fire, and it was probably one of the worst environmental disasters we've ever had in New Jersey. And it was actually the impetus for initiating the Superfund program. And, for those days when you come in and you don't really feel like you're living the dream, particularly after 38 years of doing this work, having this staring me on my desk and staring me in the face every day kind of gives me the impetus as to why I'm here and why I collect the paycheck. Next slide, please. When Ron sent out the flyers to say we're going to do this, could we do this every year? I said, okay, let me get a few issues that we're currently working on, and I wrote down these 4 issues, and I'm like, these seem awfully familiar. So I went back to last year's presentation, and turns out the same issues. And there's a reason for that. One is that we here at the state, we enjoy state time, and which is a little different from real time. Real time, we know that, on the outside, you say, it should take about 2 weeks to do that, or maybe a month. When you put that through the state, that automatically means 2 weeks turns into 2 months, and if something takes a few months, that's probably going to take a year. And when you add rule making into it, you just add extra years onto that automatically. And I'm sure everybody outside realizes that if you're waiting for a permit, or you're waiting for this, or you're waiting for that. Where we do share, difficulty with time is when you have legal issues, because in the legal world, right off the bat, anything you do, you have to add years to that. And at least that we share equally, and whether you're inside or outside from that perspective. So anyway, I just wanted to, and what I did is I actually took last year's presentation, and I added a few little, doodads here to make it consistent with the holiday. But what I wanted to talk about was hazardous waste rulemaking, soil fill, dirty dirt, for lack of a better term, some of the sustainability efforts we're working on, and this enhanced vapor recovery for fuel dispensing tanks. So next slide, please. On the hazardous waste rulemaking side, we are getting much closer, and we believe that probably this February, we should be able to put forth a proposal. And the updates to the rule are some general housekeeping stuff that we have to do. We have to make sure we're in sync with the feds. We're updating our fee schedule, and this is not a dramatic increase. We tried to keep this as low as we could, so we're looking at probably 10 to 20% increases to the fees, which is not, considering what our costs are, not really too bad. We going to integrate some climate change considerations into the regulatory and permitting programs regarding hazardous waste, naturally. We have to add some of the environmental justice requirements in there. Got to add some new penalties and update penalties. And we're also including solar panels as a universal waste and also as a Class D recyclable material. And I just want to talk a little bit more about the solar panels and some of the climate change. So next slide, please. So the climate change impact, what we're asking is that, and these are operating facilities, eventually maybe it may extend to large quantity generators, I don't know, but for facilities themselves, as part of their permit, and whether it's a new application or it's a renewal, you're going to have some kind of climate consideration in there. And this is not a huge lift. This is not going to be a big lift. It's it's a lot of common sense, and it's stuff that we have already determined that a lot of the facilities are doing. Just as from it's a common sense perspective, the facilities, from a business continuity perspective, have been somewhat looking at some of these issues. They have been doing some resiliency activities. We see that the insurers are somewhat of a motivator here. They want these entities that they're insuring, they want them to harden themselves a little bit, be a little smarter. We notice some of the facilities, they know if a big storm's coming, if they know that their drum storage area is in a bad location, it's a flood prone area, they'll move them to higher ground, they'll restore them in trailers temporarily just to do something. So all basically common sense stuff, smart to do. And we're just kind of going to roll that in there, and it's not going to be necessarily a huge lift. And I have to get a specific consultant just to do this stuff to make sure it's all done right. No, it's not designed that way. It's designed to get the facilities to think about this, and again, which they are, and it's designed to have some kind of roadmap as to where we want to go to recognize these scenarios. And this is happening also on a national level. EPA had put out guidance on this kind of a while back on this. So it's really nothing hugely new, but it's important. I mean, and again, it simply makes sense. Next slide, please. The other thing that we're doing is dealing with solar panels, and as of solar panels, it inherently last quite a long time. However, they do get damaged, and we noticed that first generation of solar panels are starting to wear down, and they have to be replaced. And we notice more solar panels coming in, and so what we've done to make and solar panels can be hazardous, can be non-hazardous. The manufacturers get a little smarter now in that they're trying to develop more non-hazardous, but again, the materials being generated, the used materials being generated are still somewhat of that hazardous ilk because they're the early ones. So we have to deal with them. So we're going to deal with them as a universal waste. And a universal waste is a hazardous waste. But the regulatory overlay is not as strict as when you're dealing with this material as strictly as a hazardous waste. So there are some provisions that allow easier handling, and all the handling is still very designed for safety and control and reduction of discharges. So that's all there. But some of the paperwork involved is less. Some of the other oversight, regulatory oversight that's required is a little less. And it's not like it's terribly less, but it's a little less than treating this material strictly as a hazardous waste. So we're very confident that the controls that we have in place will be fine. So we're doing that, and we're also going to make this material a Class D material, which will allow processing of these panels without having to get a treatment, storage, and disposal facility permit, which to get that in New Jersey would be a trick, because I can't remember the last one anybody even wanted to try to apply for one. But the recycling centers are a little easier type of approval to get. And they have basically similar protocols, safety engineering protocols to deal with. So, and because we're fairly confident that this is a good thing, we also implemented a kind of like an early version of this program. And if the need arises, we have the ability to issue what we call a research, development, and demonstration project to allow the processing of these materials now, provided they're non-hazardous, because we can't allow that yet for the hazardous stuff until we get our rules passed. And again, these rules, hopefully we got the proposal coming out around February-ish of 25. But that's actually something we're kind of looking forward to. And this is a waste stream. It's going to be more from a amount perspective, it's going to be ever increasing. These panels aren't exactly small items. They're large, they're heavy. Trying to dispose of them directly without trying to do some kind of processing on them is brutally expensive. And if it's hazardous waste, you're taking something that weighs I don't know how much, and it's a 3x3 type of panel, and disposing that in a hazardous waste landfill, it's not cheap. So this is a methodology to kind of address all those issues and safely dealing with the material, but also safely dealing with it where it's not so terribly expensive to deal with it from an end-of-life perspective. Next slide, please. We also are hoping sometime in this coming January to finalize our what we call soil and fill amendments. And these were actually amendments to the licensing, what we call the A901 licensing, which is background licensing that is required for anybody who's in the solid and hazardous waste industry. That was extended via legislative initiative. It was extended to entities who are in the soil and fill initiative. And the idea being that there's a lot of soil and fill out there that may be problematic, that may be contaminated, and that there needs to be some degree of oversight and control on that. And so that's what these regulations do. There's a few different tiers. You know, if you can certify that you have a QA/QC program on board and you're only dealing with clean materials, or nothing totally clean, but something that's of a very low level contaminant level. That's what we call clean at this point. If you're dealing with that type of material, you don't necessarily have to go through the full licensing protocols, which are involved. I mean, when you're licensed in this industry, you have a background check, you have to be fingerprinted. There's a environmental check, there's a criminal check on you. So it's involved. It's a rather lengthy process, can take anywhere from 6 months to a year, depending on how involved the company is and how many people are considered to be key employees. So that whole structure, hopefully the implementing rules for it are going to come out. We're hoping in July, proposal anyway. Certain aspects of the rule are already effective. This rulemaking that we're doing just kind of provides additional considerations, additional allowances, provides some further explanation as to who should be in the program, who should not be in the program. So we're hoping that we'll get it out relatively soon. As part of that, what we ended up doing was developing what we call a comprehensive soil and fill guidance document, because various programs here at DEP deal with fill different ways. Some of them have different contaminant levels. Some of them allow them to be used differently. If you're dealing with soils and fills in a remediation scenario, there's some different definitions on how they deal with it. If you're dealing with dredge material, some different considerations that have to be addressed. And if you're just dealing with plain old soil and fill, there's considerations for that. So we try to put all of that in one document so you can get a feel for some of the nuances, where they differ and where there are similarities. So that took a while to get that done, and so take a look at it if you can. Next slide, please. Another thing that we're doing is what we call sustainability, and of late there's a number of new initiatives and new legislation to deal with sustainable waste materials. And the idea behind sustainability is we want to reduce the amount of materials that we have to deal with, or we want to have a better quality of materials that we have to deal with, whether it's for ultimate disposal or whether it's to recycling. The less material you deal with, the better, and if it's less contaminated to deal with. So, recently we did the plastic bag initiative, where we banned plastic bags, we banned styrofoam packing, straws. Unless you ask for a straw, you can't get a straw. We had more recently, we have rulemaking that's happening and I think Janine McGregor will talk about this afternoon in more detail. But we have rules regarding recycling content now that are coming down the line. And that's essentially, basically, if you sell, I sell a water bottle, it might say it's recyclable on it, but we would inquire that it's made with post-consumer recyclable materials, which has not been a mandate, but it is now a mandate. So we have those, and we have some older rules that were passed regarding motor oil, and we had toxics and packaging rules. And a lot of these rules actually go to the retailers. Whether it's we have to go to the retailers to get information as to who the distributors are, or who your manufacturers are, or who's your packaging manufacturer. And so what we've been doing, we've been going out to a lot of the retailers. We're doing some testing out there. Our recent initiative is this toxics and packaging. So we've gone out to 200 or so retailers. We've been testing the products to see whether or not they have toxic consistency. And by and large, most of the products are okay. They're not meeting the thresholds. We have a few products, and to be honest with you, most of these are overseas products that come in that are that are potentially problematic. They have high metal content, either it's lead, cadmium. A lot of times it's the colorants that they use for some of the products, the packaging products. So we're dealing with that. But where we ultimately want to go with this is to develop guidance for the retailers and the distributors on, because there's a lot of different rules coming down the line, whether it's packaging or the toxics in packaging or recycling, e-waste recycling. These retailers all sell these materials, they distribute the materials, and we're trying to put together a somewhat of a comprehensive retailer package to say, okay, I'm in this business, I'm a Walmart or whatever, and it'd be nice to know that what I'm responsible for, and I know where to go, I know how to address it. And
Mike, you have one more minute.
by and large, all of these entities are on board. I mean, we're not finding anybody who's saying DEP go away. They all understand the utility of it. They don't want their customers being negatively impacted by a lot of the stuff that we're doing. So we actually are getting very good cooperation. The last slide, next slide, please. This is just my last plea on this. This is for enhanced vapor recovery. So if you have an underground storage tank, you have to have these enhanced emissions controls on them. This rule came out in 2007, and it was a 7-year phase-in approach. And we allowed 7 years for folks to put on all this new equipment that they need. And this now finally, the deadline is 12/23/24 next month. So this is my last plea for people to try to get this done timely. We're already aware that people have exceeded that. They're not going to make that time frame. And the end result is they're going to end up paying for it, from a penalty perspective. So if you can try to get it in before the deadline, please do that. Now, the last slide I have is just keeping with the holiday. We were supposed to go just before lunch. So if you're going to have lunch, this would be a nice lunch to have, and just a happy Thanksgiving to everybody. Thank you.
Okay. We have one question for you, Mike. It's about the solar panels. Are solar panels currently regulated as construction debris or bulky waste debris or some other type?
No.
No, not at all?
No. A solar panel would be considered if it's a hazardous waste. It's a hazardous waste. If it's a non-hazardous waste, well, I don't know, because I'd have to think about that, because as far as I'm aware, nobody is disposing of solar panels from from a bulk perspective.
Okay.
In other words, the townships, none of the townships are picking up solar panels from residents who own the solar panels on their thing, and all of the like PSE&G, who has thousands of them because they have them on just about every telephone pole. They're not disposing of them as a bulk waste, as an ID 13. So
Great.
I would have to say no to that. And when we classify them, they won't be classified as a bulk waste.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the ground you've covered in the time we've allotted to you. So before I'm going to turn this now over to Jyoti Agarwal, who is our other co-chair of our chapter, so she can wrap up this morning's session. Jyoti?
Hi, thank you, Joanne. Hi everyone, I'm Jyoti Agarwal. I'm also co-chair of AWMA's New Jersey, Northern and Central New Jersey chapter, along with Chris Whitehead. We're really pleased to have such a strong attendance for this meeting today. Thank you for being engaged with all your questions. So we're going to take a quick lunch break, and we'll start again at 1 p.m. Please continue to stay on mute. I think that's a moot point because I don't think you can come off mute. But also don't forget to download the handouts that we have for you. It includes the agenda if you haven't seen it yet. It also has the speaker bios, and most importantly, it has the feedback survey form. We really want to hear back from you. This year, we've put a QR code in there, so you can just use your mobile phone and scan the code and give your feedback right on your mobile device. So again, thanks. We're going to take a lunch break and see you back at 1 p.m.
Well, welcome to the afternoon session of the conference. Max Schaefer will be introducing Director Frank Stites, who will be speaking about air quality updates and initiatives. If you have any questions, please put them in the question feature of the webinar.
Okay, folks, and just as a reminder to keep yourself muted if for some reason you're able to get in. But without further ado, I'll introduce Director Stites. So Director Stites is Director of Division of Air and Radiation for the NJDEP's Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability Program with 32 years experience in air quality regulation and 25 years of managing environmental professionals whose responsibilities include monitoring New Jersey's air quality, review and permitting of stationary and mobile sources of air pollution, and the evaluation and planning to implement measures to meet federal and state clean air requirements. We welcome Frank. The floor is yours.
All right, so I just want to start off by talking about the new EPA PM 2.5 National Ambient Air Quality Standard. Last February, or actually February of 23, actually I think that should be 24, I think that's just a typo. EPA announced their final action to lower the PM standard from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9 micrograms per cubic meter. And they announced at that time that the data for 2022 to 2024 would be used to determine final determinations of attainment or non-attainment of the PM standard. Keep in mind that this includes data that has not yet been quality assured, so we don't have an exact number where we think we'll be for all the monitors. Now, we have a year after the promulgation of the standard, so that's actually February of 2025, to submit a designation request to EPA, and then EPA is 2 years after the promulgation, so 2026 February, to finalize a designation. And they can grant one-year extensions if there's reasons or issues with data or possibility that they want to use an additional year in making the determination for designation. Now, our SIP would have to be updated for any area designated as non-attainment within 3 years of that designation. So if EPA designated in 2026, it would be 2029. EPA or New Jersey would have 3 years to submit SIP provisions, and we would have an additional 3 years after that, so 2032, to be in attainment with the PM standard. And at this point, all but 2 monitors are most assuredly in attainment, and we have 2 additional monitors which we are looking at impacts from last year's wildfire to see whether we would be able to designate if we excluded the data from the wildfire. Next slide, please. Ozone air quality. Ozone continues to be our main challenge for criteria pollutants. This past year, we had 8 days in which the northern non-attainment area, which includes the New York City metro area and west to the Delaware, we had 5 days in the south, and then we actually had 7 days where both the north and the south exceeded. As you can see, that is a slight increase from the summer of 2023 for New Jersey, where it was 3 additional days. But we've been fairly constant, as have our neighboring states, in exceeding the 70 part per billion standard. So I would say we're not necessarily getting any better, but we certainly are not getting worse, even though there may have been additional days. The magnitude of those days have not been significantly higher than in prior years. Next slide, please. An update on rulemaking. Last year, actually about a year ago, hard to believe, the Advanced Clean Cars 2 regulation was adopted,
And that rule is a significant rule that would require the gradual phase down of fossil vehicles in the state. We have proposed back in August this year amendments on consumer and architectural coatings, and we recently closed the public comment period in October, and we're working on responses to comments. We also did a CPI adjustment to air permitting fees that was published a couple weeks ago, and I will go into more detail on that later in the presentation. Next slide, please. Now, what's in the consumer products regulation? We added 8 new categories of consumer products that will be subject to new VOC content limits, and we lowered the VOC content limits for 13 of the existing categories in the rule. It would also prohibit the sale in New Jersey of certain products that contain chlorinated toxic air contaminants. It contains an update to the registration requirements for all consumer products that they have to register electronically. We will no longer be doing any of the paper registrations. We amended the penalty provisions also that correspond to those amendments in the consumer products rule. And it also will constitute a revision of New Jersey State Implementation Plan for the ozone attainment and maintenance plan. So we are doing simultaneous notice that we are doing rules and that we are going to adopt them into the state SIP so that we can get credit from EPA for those emission reductions. Next slide, please. Now, the architectural coatings rules, similarly, we made amendments. The amendments would lower VOC limits on some categories in the existing, and it would introduce new VOC compound limitations. We are discontinuing 15 of those existing categories for products manufactured on or after the compliance date, and products that were previously subject to those categories are now being incorporated into VOC limits in one of the remaining categories. So we streamlined the rule in following with the national trend and California's lead on making those categories consistent. We updated various provisions of the rule, including the methods that were used to calculate that VOC content, how to test for it, and certain definitions in the rule. We also amended the penalty provisions that correspond to those architectural coating amendments. And again, we will be placing these elements into New Jersey's SIP for ozone. Next slide, please. I mentioned before that we did the changes to air fees based on the Consumer Price Index. And if you look at the previous years and the levels of change annually, you notice that 22, 23, 24, and 25, especially in 2023, were significantly higher. As we all know, inflation was quite high in that period. So the air fee, this is the air emission fee, is now standing at $152.74 per ton, as adjusted for inflation this past year. Now, it's a major fee, obviously those for you who are familiar with it, and it's a requirement under our program approval, and it takes the base amount fee, which was originally $60 in 1989. Hard to believe. We are so far past that. You know, we're 30-something years, 36 years past that, and we've adjusted it again this year. The increase from last year to this year is, in fact, $4.71, which corresponds to 3.18% in Consumer Price Index from last year. We have published this in the New Jersey Register, and invoices with the new fee amount will be mailed to facilities by the end of this year. And all facilities should submit that by the end of January 2025. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, for all the other fees, the 5-year fees, we changed our rules in 2014 to adjust air permitting fees for both pre-construction permits, general permits, service and base fees for operating permit significant modifications, and the general operating permit fee. Please note that there is no change in the operating permit for the initial or renewal applications, which are established by statute, and the maximum cap on any individual application for a minor source pre-construction permit is $25,000, and a significant modification is $50,000. Those have not changed. So what has changed? Well, we have had an increase in fees from 2014 to 2015, excuse me, 2014 to 2019. First 5-year period, we had approximately 8% increase. However, over the last 5 years, as I mentioned before, we've had a 22.7% increase in the CPI. So our air fees went up by the CPI adjusted 5-year amount. Next slide, please. There you go. And the big question, when will, actually go back, please? Thank you. When will the new fees be applicable? Publication is expected, or actually has occurred in this past November New Jersey Register. And the fees will take effect in the new year. So any application that is submitted on or after January 1st of 2025 will be subject to the new fee. Next slide, please. As you all know, we have assumed the responsibility within my program and the Bureau of Stationary Sources for making air permit applicability determinations. Any regional office that were made will be coordinated with our regional enforcement offices so that we are consistent across all enforcement offices and in the Bureau of Stationary Sources. And keep in mind, this was to centralize the decision making in one location and ensure consistency. And again, we are making sure that those determinations are memorialized in the permits we issue. Next slide, please. So recently we've updated several general permits. I'll run through those next. Next slide. So the Research and Development General Permit is available for use now. This is probably not a terribly new item as we did it probably at the end of last year, but it allows for research and development operations for surface coating operations, and also for those source operations that are subject to the general provisions at C19, 8.2 C19, with regard to 50 pounds per hour requiring an air permit. So again, these research and development general permit operations have been updated recently, and it's available currently. Next slide, please. We've also we have finalized GP21A for the fumigation of cocoa beans and commodities inside a source operation, inside generally warehousing and other similar operations. It is allowed for cocoa beans, that's the commodity, using sulfurofluoride. It is not allowed in trailers or containers, and the commodity must be covered by a tarp, and the building has to be closed. So it's both. And we made that available, I'm not sure if we announced this at the last update last year, but I wanted to make sure that you guys saw this one. We have another GP too on fumigation that I'll talk about in a little bit. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we have a second fumigation general permit that we just adopted this year. And again, this is for containers that use any of the three fumigants, sulfurofluoride, phosphine, methylbromide, and the permit is allowed to be used outside. However, there are process constraints, including tarping requirements and usage limitations. And keep in mind that those operational limits and the limitation on fumigants were the ones that we used to evaluate so that it would pass a health risk assessment. Next slide, please. So what are we working on currently? General permits. Next slide. Storage tanks. Again, we are reviewing the storage tanks with an eye towards the revised standards and the current standards in the NSPS subpart 4.0. And we are looking at also our subchapter 16 requirements for transfer operations and storage tanks, as well as existing NSPS standards for the size and limitations of containment, also as the venting system and control devices. We will be modeling the tanks using EPA's tanks program, and the program, for those of you in chemical processing, have heard of Emission Master. We will be using Emission Master to update those storage tank general permits. And it will be collaborative, and we will be working within the regular process that we followed on revising all of these general permits. Next slide, please. We are also looking at revising the site remediation general permit. Currently, this is limited to remediation of gas stations, so petroleum service stations. We are examining changes that would allow a broader use of this. However, we will be changing the contaminants to be gasoline, petroleum, hydrocarbons, and possibly some hazardous air pollutants. However, to do that, we will be eliminating engines as a potential control apparatus from the GP, as engines will not be necessarily as effective for all of these hazardous air pollutants, the same way that gasoline, which was the previous contaminant only, were effective in in internal combustion engines. So we will probably be changing that. Again, we haven't completed this. We're starting to work on the permit text and looking at the applicability and exclusions. And again, we will be sharing that through the normal ISG and processes that the air permitting program uses to share the general permits as we develop them and revise them. Next slide, please. So we are also looking to edit and revise GPs 17 and 18. Keep in mind these are the boilers and heaters, and we are looking at the applicant to provide information on the burners and the boiler plates. We will be clarifying and editing some requirements in accordance with rules that have evolved and changed since these general permits were first issued. Next slide, please. So specifically, we're looking on, as I mentioned, on the draft permit text and compliance plans. We are also confirming potential to emit calculations for any HAPs above reporting thresholds, as well as PM 2.5 emissions. The HAP emissions will be limited based on the risk assessment and fuel limits and total heat input, and will probably be revised. And otherwise, we'll be looking at fuel consumption for the other options in the general permit. We will be adding a comparison table, including the burner and boilerplate information, as only the max gross heat input of the burner will be considered for potential to emit. So again, keep that in mind, that the hazardous air pollutants will be revised as we revised our HAP reporting thresholds about 5 years ago, and we're catching up with these general permits for small and medium-sized boilers. Okay, next slide, please. State-of-the-art manuals. Good news on the state-of-the-art manuals. We issued the brand new state-of-the-art manual for the municipal solid waste landfills. The final version was published at the end of last year. It is now available. It's on our webpage, and we encourage its use. The combustion turbines similarly was updated around this time last year, but we wanted to make sure everyone had heard. We updated that and posted that also on our state-of-the-art manuals website. This past February and April, we updated our state-of-the-art manuals for internal combustion engines, and those versions are on our website, along with a boiler and process heater state-of-the-art manual, which we published in April. Next slide, please. We also completed just this past August the graphic arts and surface coating state-of-the-art manuals and updated those onto our webpage. And I just have to applaud all of the folks that have been working on this effort, both internally and externally, and some of these state-of-the-art manuals were close to 20 years old. So they certainly meet the bill in making sure that we prescribe certainty for applicants so they understand what the expectations are under state-of-the-art and avoid having to do all case-by-case state-of-the-art analyses. And I think, let me see if I have a couple more. That might be our last one. Yep, I think that's our last slide. But at this point, I know we have a lot of time. Went through some stuff pretty quickly. I just wanted to make sure that there was time for any questions that anyone may have.
So we do have some questions on the chat. So I will rattle them off. First is, will the public be able to comment on the department's exceptional events analysis for those 2 monitors that exceeded the 9 micrograms per cubic meter?
That public comment period was open. If you give me a second, I'll double check when that public comment period closes. I'm not sure. It might still be open, so hold on for just a sec. We went out for public comment. Let me see if I can find this. We just went out for public comment on this, so if you bear with me, I'm just trying to find that, when that comment period. I'm just trying to find where. I apologize for not having this handy. The answer is yes. We are going out for public comment on that. I just want to see when the comment period is running from. I'm not finding it on the website. Why don't you go to the next question, and I'm going to try to find that before we finish up today. But the answer is yes. There is an opportunity. It did go out. I'm pretty sure it went out for public comment a couple weeks ago, and it's open until December. But I want to confirm that before I say anything else.
Okay. So this might be this. I'll go to the next one. So what is the process to get a reduction in RICE periodic monitoring procedure frequency reduction form semi-annual? Oh, that's not for you, is it?
Say that again. I don't think so, but let's confirm that.
No, so what is the process to get a reduction in RICE periodic monitor procedure frequency reduction from semi-annual to annual stack testing? That sounds like enforcement.
Okay. No, that actually, it depends on how the permit was written. So the question, I think, is they want to reduce, this is a permit condition to reduce periodic monitoring associated for reciprocating internal combustion engine. I think that's the question.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
So if the permit is written, it depends on generally the permit will stipulate that if a certain number of quarters meet a certain compliance standard, that there can be a reduction in frequency, and that's written directly into the permit, and that is an enforcement call. However, if it's not written into the permit, that would have to be submitted as a permit modification to the Bureau of Stationary Sources. And while we were doing that, I found the public notice, the exceptional event for PM for the June 6th to June 8th, 2023, and June 29th to 2030, 2023, is on our webpage under the planning webpage under the exceptional events. And I'll see if I can put this into the chat. Let me see if I can add this to the chat. But it looks like the public comment period will be running through December 7th. But if you hold on, let me see if I can add this to the chat and have you guys show it. All right, so let me see. Can you guys see that? I know the organizers can. So Mike, if you can throw that out to the group, there's a link. That's the link to the exceptional events page, which has the PM exceptional event, which closes on December 7th. Both Joanne and Tyrone have put it up there for everybody to see.
Oh, great.
So you did get it. Great, fantastic. All right, let's see if we can go through here.
Okay, there is one more question about
it's a 185 question, right?
Yeah, the Section 185 SIP and when the draft will be available to the public.
Sure. We are working on the 185 fee at this point. We do not have approval to proceed yet to share with the public, but I can tell you that I would anticipate January or February. We will be sharing what we're working on at that point for 185 fee. So probably in about, let's say 6 weeks, maybe a little bit longer. But after the holidays, we will definitely be diving in with both feet on the 185 fee.
Okay, and just, I guess just a question for me. So did EPA finalize tanks 5.0? Is that final and available for use?
That's what my team is telling me, Mike. So I'm going to assume yes. For sure, Emission Master is what was used, I think, behind the scenes. So we tend to use Emission Master and then confirm everything else through EPA's, because EPA Tanks 5 is well, they didn't update anything recently, so 5 is the most recent update we have that they're working on. But we can confirm that for you.
Thank you. We still have a few minutes for Frank if there are any additional questions. Give folks a minute or two more. check my phone too to see if
Yeah.
one more question. No,
All right.
I think we're good.
All right. I give everybody a couple minutes back ahead of schedule, so maybe move things along. Great. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Frank.
No worries.
Sometime maybe we should take a short break. So we see you all at 1:40. Well, good afternoon. Our next speaker is Candice Perry, who serves as Director of the Office of Environmental Justice and is responsible for the management and oversight of the OEJ, which provides guidance to the DEP and all New Jersey state departments and agencies on how they can incorporate environmental justice into their statutory and regulatory responsibilities, policies, programs, and core functions. She also oversees the convening of the state's Environmental Justice Interagency Council and Environmental Justice Advisory Council, while acting as a key contact for overburdened communities. Welcome, Director Perry.
Thanks, Dr. Ron. All right, so we'll just dive straight into it. Thanks so much for the opportunity to be with all of you all virtually and to give you an update on the department's environmental justice initiatives, namely the environmental justice law and rules. So next slide. So our agenda for today is I'm going to give you an overview of the law and rules. Many of you have been following this for the last several years. We've been down this path, which is great. And so hopefully there's some new insights that I'll be able to share with you today. For those of you who are not so familiar with the law and rules, this will be like a kind of a crash course for you on how it all works. And so then I'll go into some reflections on the status of the law, kind of like where we are in terms of implementation, and kind of let you know just some thoughts that I have about those who are subject to the law and them and you all going through it. And then lastly, we'll talk about some resources, like what has the department created to help you all out in this process. So next slide. And next slide. Okay, so the law was signed September 18th, 2020. The folks pictured here, many of the folks pictured here are the advocates who have worked tirelessly to get us to this place where we have an environmental justice law in New Jersey. New Jersey is the first state in the country to have such an authority. And so just want to take, just that quick amount of time to acknowledge the hard work and the dedication of these advocates to kind of mobilize this coalition, be working with the DEP and our legislature and our governor to get it adopted and signed. So next slide. Okay, so New Jersey is the first in the country to have this, and it is a paradigm shift in the way that we treat environmental regulation in this country. So it's a big deal thing to have this authority. And so for me to be able to defend why this is a paradigm shift and why it's so precedent setting, we have to talk about what the process looked like before the environmental justice law. So many of you might be familiar with this process, right? That you have an idea, or your client will have an idea for a facility or for an expansion or a modification at the facility. And so you come to the DEP for a pre-application discussion. So you just want to know, like, hey, here's our concept, here's our proposed idea. What types of permits do you think are likely for my client to need to get, right? So you figure that out, and then you end up actually submitting the application for whatever the permit is. Then the department will draft the permit and will have a public hearing. And so the opportunity for the public to have a say into the concept and what's being proposed is all the way at the end. And after the department and the applicant has discussed, gone back and forth, and the permit is already drafted. So next slide. The fundamental shift here that happens in the environmental justice rule process is that we're requiring the applicant to have an environmental justice impact statement and a public participation process, which I'm going to go through those specifics in the next few slides. And that public participation opportunity happens upfront, not at the end of the process. So in order for an applicant to proceed with getting an air permit they might need or some solid waste permit that they might need, they have to go through the environmental justice process first, prepare an impact statement, do the public process, and for the department to then make a decision that I'll talk about, and issue a decision document and set conditions on that facility within that document. And then only after that decision is published is the applicant authorized to proceed with getting their air permit and their solid waste permit and their stormwater permit, or whatever document or authorization they may need. And the environmental justice conditions that are discussed and talked about and outlined through the EJ process will follow and live within those permits. So I'll explain what each of these steps mean in more detail, but just want to explain to you that fundamental shift, that the public process is at the top. We're starting with discussing EJ. The outcomes of those EJ discussions will then live in a decision document that then follows the subsequent permits that the applicant might need. Next slide. Okay, and so the next two slides just talk about kind of the basis for the environmental justice law. This is really important because the law, if you just were to Google it and read the first couple of pages, it makes these statements and these declarations from the legislature that New Jersey's low-income communities and communities of color have been subject to disproportionate levels of pollution, and it's past time for the state to do something about it. And it is in the state's interest to do something about it. Next slide. And so the state will attempt to limit the future placement and expansion of such facilities within overburdened communities if they cannot avoid causing a disproportionate amount of pollution to those communities. So this is really important kind of basis that guided the department's drafting and then adoption of our regulations. Next slide. Okay, so the first step in understanding the law and regulations is to determine where the law and regs are applicable. So we have three criteria. It is applicable when a facility is located in or proposing to be located in an overburdened community. The facility meets the definition of a facility as defined by the law. There are 8 types. So we're talking about major sources of air pollution like a power plant, incinerators, sewage treatment plants, transfer stations, recycling facilities, scrap yards, incinerators, and so on. And when a facility that is defined by the law, one of those 8 types, that is proposing to be located in an OBC is requesting a specific applicable permit from the department. So a solid waste and recycling permit, land use permit, water supply or pollution permit, or an air pollution permit. And we're talking about individual permits in this case. So next slide. So our definition of overburdened community is defined at the block group level, where at least 35% of households qualify as low income, or 40% of households are minority or identified as a member of a state recognized tribe, or at least 40% of the households have limited English proficiency. And so the emphasis here is on the word or. You don't need to be all 3 of these criteria, only one will suffice to be defined as an overburdened community. And so here's our map at the right, which kind of plots out all of the combinations of OBCs. So whether you're low income and minority, low income and minority, and LEP, and any of the permutations of those 3 plotted here. So just the effect of note that out of our 564 municipalities, we have 350 of them that have overburdened block groups within their municipal boundaries. Next slide. And just to frame what we mean by environmental justice community as opposed to overburdened community, because those two definitions are separate and distinct terms. And so if you think about the overburdened community, that definition we just looked at the last slide, that's purely based on demographics, income status, minority status, LEP status, as your circle in blue. And you overlay that with a presence of disproportionate and environmental and public health stressors, that circle in kind of the rust color, with the absence of environmental and public health benefits. So basically we're just saying, sources of pollution and environmental benefits like tree canopy, open space, park space, because we know that overburdened communities historically lack the same level of tree canopy and park and open space as compared to non-overburdened communities. And so there's a disproportionality element for both pollution and the harm, and also a lack of benefits. And so the nexus of all three circles is your environmental justice community. Next slide. So we're able to visualize where our overburdened communities are and our environmental justice communities are within the state. Next slide. Through our environmental justice mapping, assessment, and protection tool, EJMAP. So if you were to Google New Jersey EJMAP, this would pop right up. And so next slide. You're able to use it, the same way you would Google Maps to search an address or a zip code or a block in a lot, and be able to pull up if that location is within an overburdened community or not. And so in the tealish color are our OBCs, in the mustard yellow color are those that are adjacent. Can we go to the next slide? I think I have it zoomed in a bit, maybe. Okay, yes. So if you zoom in, you can kind of see the different colors and the different combinations of OBCs. That adjacent OBC is to flag block groups that are designated to have zero population by the U.S. Census. So obviously, by definition, if you have zero people, zero population, you can't be an overburdened community because there's no people to assign demographics to. But we are tracking and capturing those adjacent block groups. If a zero population block group is next to an overburdened community, and let's say a power plant were to move into, for example, a port facility. A port would have zero population, no one lives at the port. But we have facilities at ports that can cause pollution and might be neighboring to an overburdened community. And so those adjacent block groups are also subject to the environmental justice regulations. Next slide. Okay, our next tab is the facilities tab. And so this is where you can see the 8 types of facilities that are subject, as defined by the law, to the law. And soon you'll be able to see on this tab whether or not these facilities are currently in the EJ process and at what stage in the process they might be. Next slide. And then lastly, we have our stressor summary tab. And so this is what I like to call the meat of our EJ map, because this is where you can visualize your environmental justice communities. So the last couple of slides depicted overburdened communities based on demographics. Now this is showing you which OBCs, based on their demographics, are experiencing more than their fair share of pollution as compared to non-overburdened communities or an environmental justice community. So the darker blue block groups are higher than the 50th percentile. Those are your EJ ones. And then the lighter blue is not higher than. Those are your non-EJ ones. Next slide. So what do I mean by higher than? So this stressor summary tab is calculating the higher than based on looking at 26 environmental and public health stressors. So I have them listed here for you. I won't go through them all, but they're here for you. Next slide. And so if you were to zoom into the map and then just click on any block group that's in that darker blue color, and then click on the pop-up box that pops up and expand it. Next slide. You're able to see a link. It says download data table. And if you were to click on that hyperlink, next slide, then you're able to get this pop-up, this PDF. Now this PDF has all of the data for the 26 environmental and public health stressors that we just looked at on the last slide for this one block group. And it's showing you the math of how we calculate whether or not this block group is overburdened by pollution because they have disproportionate environmental and public health stressors, or that they're higher than the 50th percentile as compared to the geographic point of comparison. So I'm going to try to go through this really quick. Next slide. Oh, okay, so I didn't include the slides there because we're going to run out of time. But if you go back to the last slide for me, typically what I do in my presentations is kind of walk you through what's happening on this PDF and explain to you the math. Don't have time for that today, but there's tutorials online, and there's going to be a slide with some links where you can kind of like walk through and see. But basically what we're saying here is that this overburden block group is higher than the 50th percentile if we compare it to the geographic point of comparison, either the county or the state, and look at their non-overburdened neighbors. So how much pollution are the non-overburdened neighbors experiencing as compared to this OBC? And is it higher than or lower than if we look at it at the 50th percentile? And if it's higher than, then we're saying this OBC is an environmental justice community. Next slide. Okay, so we looked at the criteria to determine applicability, right? That was step one. Next slide. So step two is the environmental justice impact statement. So the regulations require an applicant to prepare this statement. And so this statement is going to use EJMAP to determine which of those 26 environmental and public health stressors are adverse in nature, which ones are disproportionate. And so that's looking at like the baseline current levels of pollution within that overburdened community. Then the impact statement is going to say, in addition to what current pollution exists, what pollution might you cause or might you add, applicant, by moving into this community and constructing your facility or going forward with your modification? And then, what are the steps you're going to take to avoid, minimize, and mitigate those contributions to pollution? So that's the impact statement. And the requirement is that you prepare that and you present it to the overburdened community in question. So you're going to go and have a meeting with the OBC, a public hearing, and give the public an opportunity to ask questions about your proposed application. And so then the facility is required to respond to each comment in writing. And then the department has a decision to make after reviewing all of those comments, all of the oral testimony, and the environmental justice impact statement to then decide, well, what do we do about this facility? Next slide. So the next step, step 3, is the department's decision. And remember, our goal here is to avoid causing a disproportionate impact. And so where a facility can avoid a disproportionate impact, then that's great. We're going to authorize the facility to proceed to the next phase of the permitting, to get their Title V major air permit, to get their solid waste permit, to get their whatever else permit that they need. And we'll just set some conditions to ensure that you are avoiding causing a disproportionate impact. Where the facility cannot avoid causing a disproportionate impact, we have 2 directives as the DEP. So if it is a brand new facility and you cannot avoid causing a disproportionate impact, we are required to deny the permit outright, unless the permit serves, or unless the facility and the proposed activity for the application serves a compelling public interest. If the facility is not new and you are expanding your operations or modifying them in some way, we do not have the authority to deny the permit, but we can set conditions in the permit. So I keep using this term, conditions. What we mean by this is, as a condition of your permit, you must do 1, 2, or 3 things. So 1, 2, or 3 things could be to recirculate your truck traffic instead of it being through the overburdened community to being around it. So a new truck route or a circulation route could be an element or a condition of your permit. It could be a noise or dust or an odor mitigation plan. It could be a requirement to offline dirty equipment and replace it with cleaner and greener equipment. It could be a requirement to add control technology to reduce emissions, and so on and so forth. So there is some creativity involved in what a facility can do to avoid those disproportionate impacts. And all of it is based on public comments. So based on the public's feedback about what they're concerned about, we will use that information to set those conditions. Next slide. And so I mentioned compelling public interest. So for a new facility that cannot avoid a disproportionate impact, but does serve a compelling public interest, there is an opportunity to proceed without the department denying the permit. Now, that's only if and when the public interest is justifiable, meaning that it primarily serves an essential environmental, health, or safety need. Note that an economic need is not listed here. And the benefit to the community has to be specifically and directly for the overburdened community in question. It cannot be a broad societal good, but a good specifically and directly, not indirectly, but directly to the community. Next slide. Okay, so I just went through a lot there. There's some guidance materials and links and fact sheets and tutorials. So a lot of good information to dive into about the law, the regulations, and our EJ map. So I encourage you to explore all of those. Next slide. Okay, so a note about where we are, kind of a status update for the next few slides. Our commissioner has signed an administrative order 2021-25 to cover the gap before April 17th, 2023, when our environmental justice regulations were adopted. So projects that would have been subject to the environmental justice rules, but the rules weren't adopted yet, follow the administrative order. So I point this out to say that there are some differences, obviously, that namely that an environmental justice impact statement is a requirement of the rule, not the administrative order. But under the administrative order, there is a requirement to still do the public participation process where you hold the public hearing and you respond to the public's comments. Next slide. So for all of you who may be going through the environmental justice law yourselves or on behalf of a client, just want to let you know that there are some templates and some examples, because we do have both applicants that have gone through the administrative order and applicants that are currently going through complying with the regulations. And so we do have one decision that we've made so far under the administrative order. And so I just have a screenshot of this webpage where you can go, you can keep track of and read and dig into the decision document and to see the types of conditions that we're requiring of this applicant. So I provide that for you there. Next slide. And you're also able to see all of the documents that are related to this process. So everything from a public hearing to the decision document and everything in between. So we are recording the meeting. There's a link to view the recordings of our meetings online. So if you're like, how does a public hearing typically go? We have that for you as an example. So I just provide this one facility as an example, but we have many online. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of resources, we do have this just recently launched, our meaningful public participation guidance. And I highly recommend for you all to read and dig through this. This is primarily for applicants that are subject to the environmental justice law and rules, but there's broad applicability in this guide for just how do you do your very best job of engaging with the public. So this document is going to walk you through strategies to identify relevant stakeholders like community-based organizations or local anchor institutions. How do you identify those stakeholders? Steps to determine the most effective communication channels. So once you've identified those stakeholders, how do you reach them? And then it'll go through some accessibility considerations like language access and so much more. So encourage you to look into that. And just a note about kind of why this is all important. Maybe I'll kind of do my little spiel here on this slide of like, why are we engaging communities? So, obviously we're doing it to be compliant with the rules. Like there's a legal rationale, like we want to be compliant with New Jersey's rules. But also there's a few other things that I would argue, like ethically, you want to be doing engagement really well because you want to prevent against like a civil rights complaint. So those of you who are in the private sector, especially, you have a brand to uphold, you have a company image to uphold. You don't want scandals, you don't want anything negative tied to the name of your company. Namely a complaint, from a community entity who's saying, hey, this company didn't give me a meaningful opportunity to have a say. They infringed upon my rights to comment, or they infringed upon my rights to, and therefore the decisions are causing disproportionate pollution. Like you don't want that. So legally, you want to comply with the rules. Ethically, you don't want that headache, right? Practically, though, doing engagement, meeting with the community helps you to see your blind spots. So if there may be some actually good things or helpful things about your proposed application that the public can make you aware of that you just could not have known otherwise. And then morally, there is an argument to make about, being inclusive and engaging with communities is just the right thing to do morally, that far too long these communities have been disproportionately overburdened by pollution, and that decisions about where siting facilities where facilities will be sited, decisions about that have been made in a silo and in a vacuum, right? And so kind of opening up those channels and making sure that no community, regardless of who they are, is experiencing more pollution than they should, morally is the right thing to do. So legally, ethically, practically, and morally. Next slide. Okay. And then I think I'm wrapping up here to say that another resource for you is we have an environmental justice directory. So you may be wondering, okay, I'm convinced. I want to be doing the right thing to engage communities and not leave them out and build relationships and be a good neighbor and all those things. Now, who do I reach out to? So we have a directory. You're able to actually search this database by county, and you can kind of pull up all the people who have self-reported in a form to say, I live in this county and I am agreeing to be contacted. So if you have a grant opportunity you want to share, if there's a public hearing coming up, if you have a plan that you want feedback on or whatever in the environmental justice context, and it's location specific, you can search this database and download a set of contacts that you can email and send them all the information to. Next slide. All right, and then that's it. So thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And I hope this was something new that you learned today. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Director Perry, for your presentation and update on environmental justice. There are a few questions in the section that I would like to read for you. The first question is, what is the threshold or other criteria used to define an impact as a disproportionate impact?
Okay, sure. So those 26 environmental and public health stressors that I talked about, if one of those stressors are higher than, it kind of goes back to that PDF that you can get from EJMAP, where it lists the stressors and it goes through the math. You want to look at the value for each stressor and compare that value to a geographic point of comparison. So that's going to look at either the county or the state, and the 50th percentile for the non-overburdened block groups. So to simplify, basically what that means is, in order to say that one group is experiencing more pollution than another, you need to compare that group to another. And so we're going to compare the overburdened block group to their non-overburdened block groups at the 50th percentile, just taking that median value. And if it's higher than that median value, we're going to look at the county or the state, take the lower of the two, then it is adverse. And so what we're asking for applicants to do is to avoid making those stressors kind of tip over into being adverse where it's higher than the 50th percentile. And if they do tip over and they're higher than the 50th percentile, we're asking you to avoid and minimize those numbers. So that's what we're calling a disproportionate impact, and that's how you avoid it, by like adding control technology. That's a way to reduce emissions. So you would be tipping it back over into being not higher than the 50th percentile.
Great. Thank you, Director Perry. There's one more question, and
Sure.
I see here in this section. Can you send a link to the AO decision and all other EJ example documents?
Sure. In the slides, there was a bunch of links. So if you were to go to the environmental justice law page, that's linked in the slides. Should be very obvious from that page. There's a link that says decision documents. And so you would just find it there. If you just Google New Jersey DEP, EJ, decision document, it would pop up. Yeah, it's in that stack too, where it says EJ decision. But Ron will share the slides with you, so it's all in there.
Yes, the slides will be provided to all registrants, and notification regarding the availability of the slides will be sent to all registrants after the conference. Well, thank you so much, Director Perry. We're going to have a break for the afternoon, and we're going to gather back here at 2:25 for Director Peg-Hannah presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
You too.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We'll get started with the rest of the afternoon sessions. So I'd like to introduce Peg-Hannah. Peg is the Director of the Division of Climate Change Mitigation and Monitoring at the DEP. She develops and oversees economy-wide decarbonization initiatives, advances clean and renewable energy strategies, and oversees operation of the state's ambient air monitoring network. She has been with the DEP for 33 years, focusing most recently on transforming the transportation sector to a zero carbon footprint. Welcome, Peg.
Thank you, Mike. Good to see you again. And thank you, everyone, for sticking with us this late, really dreary Friday afternoon. I just went out to run an errand, and it is pretty miserable out. So hopefully you are all safe at home, warm at home, watching. So today I'm going to do something a little bit different. Those of you who have known me most of my career know that I typically focus on transportation. And I am going to talk a little bit about transportation towards the end, but I wanted to cover a few new topics that I thought might be interesting to you. And forgive me, I'm going to be looking to the side because I don't have a dual monitor set up at home, so I need to look at two screens at once. Let's move on to the next slide. So we're going to start with solar. Back in 2017, we did a solar siting analysis, which was essentially a report and a supplemental mapping tool that was aimed at providing solar developers, municipalities, and stakeholders with insight and guidance into where the department thought were optimal locations for solar photovoltaic development and which locations were least preferred. In order to come up with these preferred and less preferred sites, we use the 2015 land use land cover data to assign a siting preference to each land use codes. So for the most part, the preferred lands were things that were associated with development or barren, and then the not preferred lands were largely things like forests and wetlands where we wanted to preserve, and putting solar there would have a detrimental environmental impact. Next slide. So we wanted to update that since it had been quite a while. Like I said, we were using 2015 data. So in 2024, earlier this year, we did an update. We obtained input from a variety of regulatory entities and identified 20 different environmental data sets, which you can see here, that we were now going to use to generate a composite solar siting score based on a composite solar siting score. So each of these 20 layers was assigned a preference score, and then we combined that with our analysis and generated a composite siting score, which was indicative of our solar siting preference. Next slide. So here's a visual example of how that works. On the left, you'll see each of the 20 component data layers that were listed on the previous slide. And I know it's hard to make out in those little images there, but each of them have an individual score. And then those 20 layers were essentially stacked on top of one another across the entire state. Their values were combined, both in the positive and negative, so the preferred and less preferred, to come up with the image on the right. So the image on the right is the total composite score generated through the process, with the highest scores being the best or most preferred siting showing up in yellow and green, and then the lowest scores, which were the least preferred sites, showing in dark blue and purple. Next slide. So we did this analysis statewide, and this is what it looks like at a very high resolution. If you use the tool, you can dig into it a little bit. So we identified 7 siting tiers, which you can see here colored from yellow, most preferred, all the way down to dark purple, which is least preferred. I'm going to caveat all of this, that this solar siting analysis is really our preference. So it's guidance. These are the most preferred sites from our perspective. It does not mean that a solar project sited on a tier 1, tier 2, or even tier 3 or 4 is automatically going to get approved. You still need to go with the normal permitting process and comply with any of the siting prohibitions that are in the state solar incentive programs if that's what you're applying for. So then the other thing we looked at once we finished this analysis is we applied the results to the state's overall solar goals. So if you remember our energy master plan, which is in the process of being updated, we need about 27 gigawatts of new solar by 2050 in order to meet our goals. And that means about 80,000 to 130,000 acres of land or rooftop in order to get that 27 gigawatts. So this analysis here identified 500,000 acres that were in tier 1 and tier 2. So basically rooftops, impervious surfaces, landfills, and contaminated lands that could be used to achieve our goals. Next slide. So we published a report in addition to the public-facing online web mapping application, which is hyperlinked down there in the bottom right, SSA 3.0. So there are different ways to use this. For DEP, we're going to likely use it to review project proposals that come before us, and our Board of Public Utilities will likely use it as well. Since this tool is in the GIS environment, we can also conduct other analyses. So for example, digging down to specific municipalities or geographies. And it's also possible in the future, perhaps, to use this tool to inform future grant funding opportunities, decision making, etc. Next slide. Okay, so that was solar. Here's another new topic that you're not accustomed to hearing about from me, and that's ground source heat pumps. So this is in the category of building electrification, building decarbonization. So while transportation still is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the state, buildings are right behind there, the second largest greenhouse gas emission source in the state. Our goal is that by 2050, 90% of the state's building sector will have to convert to electric heating and hot water systems. So we did a baseline report to try to identify where we were now and opportunities to do additional ground source heat pumps that would help us get to our greenhouse gas reduction goals. We also looked at historical trends in adoption of this technology, looked at how adoption rates correlated with parcel property classification types, and then we projected future emission reductions. And then finally, the final part of this analysis was a stakeholder survey, which targeted people that were in the business, so architects, HVAC contractors, and other industry professionals. Next slide. Oh, this is just a reminder of, you can see transportation is the biggest source of emissions, and then the second category is buildings, residential and commercial. So when we talk about ground source heat pumps and when we analyzed where they were throughout the state, we looked at two different types, closed loop and open loop. So for those of you that don't know how a ground source heat pump works, or actually what it is, the ground source heat pump leverages the relatively consistent underground temperature and transfers heat between the earth and a building through these loops, which are either open or closed. They are generally much more efficient for space heating and cooling for both residential and commercial compared to traditional fossil fueled heating systems and furnaces. So normally there's three main components: the ground heat exchanger, the heat pump itself, and then the distribution system within the building. So the open loop systems, typically use water from a well, and then the closed loop systems, on the other hand, are recirculating the fluid through tubing in the earth rather than using just a single pass approach. Next slide. So when we looked at those open loop and closed loop systems throughout the state, this is what it looked like. So you can see the open loop technology, because it's a pass-through design, was definitely influenced by regional hydrology. So you can see that in the coastal plains where there are shallower aquifers, it's easier to install an open loop system. That's why you see most of the open loop systems there in our coastal counties and coastal communities. In contrast, the rockier parts of our state, the Piedmont, where I live, the highlands, and the different ridges up in the northern part of the state typically require deeper wells, which makes it more difficult to drill down and install an open loop system. That's why you see closed loop systems primarily in the rockier parts of the state. Next slide. So after all was said and done, after we did the analysis and interviewed people in the industry, we came up with a few recommendations that you can see here. So essentially, we need more consistent and readily accessible incentives. We need better consumer marketing and education. We need feasibility tools and professional training. All of those things were ranked as key factors for growth among the people who did the survey. As a complement to this baseline report, we are under contract with NJCAT, the New Jersey Corporation for Advanced Technology, to do two things. The first part is they are doing a commercial scale ground source heat pump HVAC system demonstration project. And then I'm sorry, I lost the second part of what they were doing, forgive me. So the work with NJCAT will complement the findings in this ground source heat pump study. And I think there was a link to it in the beginning. If not, I'm happy to share it in the chat once I'm done. And next slide. So third topic, I wanted to talk about our new plan for sustainability. So this new plan is designed to empower small and medium-sized businesses to adopt sustainable practices by providing them with tools and resources to create their own sustainability plans. The goal is to try to make sustainability accessible for all businesses that might not have dedicated environmental staff or the resources to hire consultants to develop sustainability plans for them. Next slide. So at the heart of this new program is the Sustainability Roadmap for Businesses. It's a template which provides step-by-step guidance for developing a sustainability plan. It also includes practical tools, including helping businesses collect baseline data. And as the program is implemented, our offices will be providing technical assistance to the businesses. Next slide. So this tool or this program will be officially launched in March at the Sustainability in Motion conference. However, you can join now and be part of our pilot program. If you or your clients or businesses that you know are interested in joining the pilot, you can reach out to Kai Azral, the Bureau of Sustainability, using this contact information here. I know he'd love to have a few people step up and help him pilot this. Next slide. Okay, now we're going to switch to transportation, which is definitely my area of expertise and passion. So I'm starting off with our contact information because there is so much here on our website and so much that we put out through Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter that I wanted to make sure you saw that first and foremost before I go into two specific pieces of transportation work that we're doing. Next slide. So I think one of our proudest moments this year was when we learned that we won a $250 million award from the federal government. I led a coalition of 3 other states. So Maryland Department of the Environment, Maryland DOT, Delaware DOT, and Connecticut DEP. So we applied for funding as part of a national competition. There was $3 billion up for grabs, I think it was, and they got something like $300 billion worth of applications. So it was really an oversubscribed program. So obviously we were pleasantly surprised when we were chosen. So for this project, we will be installing truck charging stations throughout the 4 states on or near the I-95 corridor. I don't have the map up here, but we would expect, I think, 24 charging depots throughout the 4 states when all is said and done. So we have executed the grant agreement with EPA in October, so we're hoping that money is locked up and not subject to the whims of the new administration. So the project timeline is right now. We are well underway with expected completion December 2029. Next slide. So our next new program this year was a technical assistance program. So one of the concerns that we were hearing from fleets when we were providing grant money is, yeah, we really appreciate your grant money, but we don't know where to start with electrifying our fleet. So we hired a consultant, CalSTART, and we made money available to fleets for free technical assistance. So the focus for this is a 3-year program. The focus is on smaller fleets, and I think it's probably apparent we focused on smaller fleets because they tend to have the least resources. So for the first round of the program, we have given awards to 15 small business fleets. So CalSTART will be working with them all to walk through steps 2 and 4 here. CalSTART will also be developing resources for our webpage. Next slide. So this is not new, but just a reminder, because there has been a lot of news about the Advanced Clean Truck Rule that New Jersey and many other states have adopted and the impracticality of complying with that rule. So I just wanted to remind everyone of all of the funding and incentive programs that are available throughout the state, ranging from the programs that DEP has for school buses and basically any other type of vehicle. New Jersey Economic Development Authority has a very similar program for everything from Class 2B, which is heavy pickup truck, all the way up to Class 8, which is your 18-wheeler tractor trailer. Board of Public Utilities has funding for charging stations as well as for government fleets. And then there still is a tax credit for the time being for the purchase of larger vehicles. And also remember, there's a program called Direct Pay. So even though local and county and state government do not pay taxes, we are still eligible for a federal tax credit under a program called Direct Pay. So if anyone is interested in learning more about that, feel free to get in touch with me afterwards. We have some tutorials and additional information on that. Next slide. So these are just some examples of the projects that we funded over the years. As of this spring, we have awarded collectively, all of our state agencies, over $300 million for over 1,000 electric vehicles and charging equipment. We expect to do another solicitation and distribution of funds in the coming months. Next slide. The other new program that we launched this year was our electric school bus grant program. So there was a law passed that said we would award $15 million a year for 3 years to electrify the school bus fleet throughout the state. We announced the first round of awards don't remember when, not too long ago, I guess about a month or two ago. But even before this program was in place, we had already been funding electric school buses. So to date, about $76 million for 253 electric school buses. Next slide. I think this is the final piece. So we just launched on Tuesday, while I was at the League of Municipalities, what we're calling an e-mobility planning toolkit. So this is in recognition of the fact that everyone deserves clean transportation, but we also realize that not everyone has access to clean transportation. And people that own vehicles, especially in the overburdened areas, likely to own a used vehicle or an electric, not an electric vehicle. And a lot of them do not own a vehicle at all. So we wanted to make sure that they were still able to get clean, accessible, convenient, affordable transportation. So this guide that we've developed is a very thoughtful, sequential toolkit that allows local governments or community leaders to walk through and identify the transportation needs and preferences in their town right now through data analysis and engagement, and then develop transportation solutions that will fill those gaps, and then identify corresponding funding, some of which could come from us because we do offer funding for e-mobility. The QR code on the right will take you to the toolkit, which is up on our website. We are going to be adding a few more data-driven tools and interactive tools over the coming months, but the toolkit that is there now, there's a ton of meat on it, so I think it would be really helpful if you are interested in it. I think there's enough there to get you started, even though we don't have the 2 other little pieces ready yet. Oh, actually, I did have one more slide. So the next slide, sorry, is just the steps in the toolkit. So the first step is to look at your existing conditions. The second step is engaging the community, developing solutions, and finding funding. And then on the far right, the general resources. So that's everything from information about your transportation management associations and your metropolitan planning organizations, some New Jersey specific transportation studies, and some other resources that we found that we thought would be helpful to you. And the next slide is my ending slide. Thank you.
All right, so we do have one question in the chat. It's pretty long, so try not to butcher it. But were co-benefits of solar considered as additional reasoning for a location to be preferred? For example, people benefit from having solar panels over parking lots to keep cars cool underneath, but there are no such urban heat mitigation benefits to panels on bare land or landfills that could potentially be vegetated.
So I think it's asking if the shading properties of solar were considered, and I think the answer is no. I can't see who asked the question, but Mike, you can tell them that they can email me at peg.hannah@dep.nj.gov, and I will get them in touch with the person that did the solar siting analysis to confirm that my answer is correct.
Okay, well, Thank you, Peg, for this great presentation. And Ron will introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Peg. Our next speaker is Director Jeanine McGregor, who was appointed as NJDEP's Director of Division of Sustainable Waste Management in January of 2022. In this role, she manages the regulation of solid and hazardous waste facilities and oversees implementation of the many progressive laws put in place to promote a broad range of recycling activities throughout the state. Welcome, Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeanine McGregor. I'm the Director of the Division of Sustainable Waste Management. And some of you may know, I'm not really sure exactly who's on the line, so I'll just go through a few basic background slides first. So our division is responsible for solid and hazardous waste planning, permitting, recycling facility approvals. We do such things as keeping organized crime out of the business. We regulate medical waste, but we're also focused on the future and the move toward more sustainable materials management. In probably the 1970s or so, DEP, started focusing on waste management. Then, shortly after that, we realized that we needed to focus on recycling. But in the past few years, it's really become clear that we need to do more on waste reduction to actually make a dent in this society and in the area of sustainable materials management. So I'm going to talk a lot about some of the efforts we're carrying out now to move forward in the arena of waste reduction. So we'll kind of have a waste reduction umbrella over what I'm going to be talking about. Next slide, please. Okay, so another reminder, the structure of our team, my excellent team, is comprised of Anthony Fontana, who is currently the Chief of the Bureau of Solid Waste Permitting. Their group is the group that permits operating landfills. They oversee closure and post-closure of landfills. They oversee transfer stations, resource recovery facilities, and they also work on emergency contracts and planning and permitting of debris management areas during catastrophic events. Anthony has announced his retirement effective January 1st, and Mike Gerchman will be acting for Anthony while we post and pick a permanent replacement for Anthony. Though no one really can replace Anthony. He's been around a long time, and he has incredible institutional knowledge. And if he's on the line, I'd like to thank him, but I'd like you all to, if you need to talk to him, now's the time to do it. Dana Lawson is the Chief of the Bureau of Recycling and Hazardous Waste, and she has 4 units. The 4 units under her are recycling facilities, hazardous waste permitting, electronic waste, and regulated medical waste. Seth Hackman is the Chief of the Bureau of Planning and Licensing. His group is responsible for county planning for grants to municipalities and counties to assist in recycling and waste management. They oversee the A901 program. They oversee solid waste utilities. They're implementing and carrying out the single-use plastic law, the dirty dirt law, recycled content. They're writing rules on those laws. And his team has another arm that identifies, recommends, and comments on new policy and legislation related to sustainable materials management. Actually, Dana and Anthony do as well, but this is sort of, they're putting up recommendations for new policy, new legislation to support sustainable materials management in the future. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I'd like to put this sort of all under the umbrella of waste reduction. I want to talk about the Plastic Advisory Council's report, their second-year report. Not out yet, some limited, I'll explain what I can tell you about that because we really have to wait until it's published. I'm going to talk about the plastics reduction team within my division. Very much related to reusable bag research and alternatives, which is a kind of a big issue. Zero in on waste here at DEP headquarters, the electronic vehicle battery law, recycled content law, food waste reduction, and then I'll provide a regulatory update. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the Get Past Plastic Law, also known as the Single-Use Plastic Reduction Act, set up a New Jersey Plastic Advisory Council comprised of stakeholders, enviros, people in the industry. DOH is present, Department of Agriculture, and DEP. And it does call for annual reports. The first year report was published in May of 2023. The second year report is complete. It has been completed by the PAC. It's been drafted, and it's currently under review. It's not been released yet. So there's not a ton I can say in terms of their specific findings and recommendations, but there's also not a lot of surprises in the report, and I'll explain why. The report is sort of a furtherance of the findings and the work identified as necessary from the first year report. So what's published in the first year report was, not only the recommendations, but also a list of things to do in the second year of the PAC's work. PAC has been having a few public meetings. They've been having stakeholder sessions. They've been having different work groups. So, I will focus on a couple of the some of the work that the PAC has been doing along with DEP. Some of the work that they've been looking at includes some of the stuff listed here. They're looking at reusable bags, contamination in the recycling stream, microplastics, the huge microplastics issues that are facing us, waste reduction strategies, and then also always looking at upcoming legislation to see if it's what we need to get us there. Let's say. So even from the first year report and even from the second year work plan, when these kind of topics that you see we were working on, and given the dependence on single-use plastic in this sort of throwaway society and convenience-based society, we all know we have to reduce plastics consumption in general. Actually, every sector we need to reduce, but we're talking about plastics on this Plastic Advisory Council, and that's really what my team has been focused on as well. So I'll talk a little bit more about what my team's doing and the overlap with the Plastic Advisory Council. Next slide, please. Okay. So the New Jersey Get Past Plastic Law banned the distribution of single-use plastic bags throughout the state and single-use plastic and paper bags for grocery stores. So you'd say this is a great thing, right? And it was a great thing. There was an unintended consequence. Between the passage of this law in 2020 and its implementation in 2022, New Jersey experienced a dramatic growth in the use of grocery delivery services, curbside pickups, and that was sort of due to customers' desires to socially distance themselves during COVID. Consumers have kind of become accustomed to using these services, although they've dropped off a little bit, but yeah, people are still using delivery services a lot. They're also very important for the disabled and elderly customers who may have mobility issues, others with mobility issues. Meanwhile, the grocery stores and the third-party shopping services adhere to the requirements of the law by not using single-use plastic bags, so they do provide delivery and curbside grocery pickup orders in reusable bags in most, if not all, cases. So those heavy-duty reusable bags that are sort of seem like they have like a plastic laminate on it. Sometimes they have nylon handle. But in the instance of curbside grocery pickup and reuse and delivery, it's hard to reuse those bags. Most delivery and pickup services are going to require the use of new reusable bags with every order. They don't offer to collect and sanitize bags from their customers for reuse. So as a result, some customers who use these services are amassing large stockpiles of reusable bags. I don't care if there's some dried liquid on my bag that I use and keep above my refrigerator and use every time I go shopping, but you can't provide that to others in the grocery stores. And the bill had the single-use plastic law had no language that spoke to collecting and reusing bags. So this was sort of an unintended consequence. Next slide, please. So this issue was identified in the PAC first year report. Seth may have talked about it last year to this audience. It was the subject of some possible legislation. It was all over the news for a while, papers. So in 2023, DEP's plastic reduction team began examining different strategies to alleviate these problems that were associated with the accumulation of reusable carryout bags. They did a lot of research. They came up with some options. They had work groups looking at things from curbside and delivery, in-store take-back, ways to expand community-led take-back programs, and researching options for end-of-life reusable bags. What do you do when they've hit the end of their life? Because they tend to, the standard is about 125 uses for those reusable bags, but eventually you have to get rid of them. They rip, or they're just, not holding up anymore. So on these work groups in this plastic reduction team and some of these outside work groups, my team worked with grocery stores, the third-party delivery services, government representatives, community representatives, reusable bag manufacturers, and also recyclers. So we got a really wide range of perspectives. One thing that was evident throughout the research was that there's like an international trend for bagless delivery from grocery stores. It's very common in places like the United Kingdom. In these instances, the delivery driver transfers the purchased products from a carrying vessel that they have to the customer's container at their door. It's really the norm in the UK, but it's not a practice. It's a new practice, or not even a practice here in New Jersey. There's a couple of hurdles to overcome. One such hurdle, an example of one issue that was raised by the food industry in New Jersey, is that bagless delivery may be inconsistent with food safety regs regarding like the time and the temperature controls and other food handling. So we worked with New Jersey Department of Health, and they figured out a way that bagless delivery can be performed safely, and it can be performed in accordance with the sanitation rules. So, we do have some, we did create a food safety fact sheet for grocers and delivery drivers available at this website that you see in the, fourth bullet. And then DEP is still working to resolve the issues around the accumulation of these bags. But in the meantime, there was a pilot that the New Jersey Food Council carried out, which was really amazing. It was a cooperation between local government partners, between a group that, there was some kind of seed funding, and it also with a group called Goat Tote, who takes these bags, cleans them, sanitizes them, and gets the reusable bags to be used again. So that's happening, and we hope that program is expanding. So while we continue to work and resolve the issue around this, residents are with too many reusable bags are asked to donate their surplus bags to New Jersey food banks and for their continued reuse. So you do see information about the pilot project on the sixth bullet, the website listed there. That's one of the many things that the plastics reduction team is doing. So next slide, please. Okay, so then we have a Zero In on Waste initiative here at DEP, related again, as everything else I'd like to talk about today is about waste reduction. So our division is in the early stages of developing a plan to reduce our own waste footprint and to bring different types of recycling into the building. We're going to see if DEP can move toward zero waste. We want to practice what we preach, and we want to start this initiative here at 401, and then take what we learn and recommend similar actions at other state offices. So let me just give you a minute on zero waste. It's an extremely high bar. It would mean we do not send any of our solid waste to landfills or incinerators. No resources are discarded at any point in the process, everything is reused, repaired, or recycled in some way. It's a very high bar, and that's why we're saying we're trying to get toward zero waste, and we're zeroing in on waste, but it's a high bar is really what the message is. But it's important. It's an important initiative. Some of the benefits that are to be realized from shifting to zero waste: reducing the amount of pollution we release into the air, waterways, land, conservation of water and fossil fuel resources, helps to combat climate change, cleaner agriculture, better food for consumption. Soil is replenished through composting, which has the added benefit of reducing the need for chemical pesticides. So, and actually the zero waste, the industry, there's more job creation than traditional waste management methods. So there's many benefits to it. So as we transition here toward zero waste environment here at our 401 building at DEP, the division is reviewing our waste management practices. We're investigating ways to better direct certain trash categories, such as like office supplies or food waste or paper waste, examining our purchasing practices for potential improvements. And we're just about ready to move on the findings of a waste audit that we conducted here at the 401 building and the recommendations in there to act. And that's all queued up for management, so just about ready to go for that. Okay, and then next slide, please. We're there, yeah, electronic vehicle. So the Electric and Hybrid Vehicle Battery Management Act is an extended producer responsibility act. It bans the disposal of propulsion batteries in New Jersey landfills after January of 2027. It also holds propulsion battery producers responsible for the end-of-life management of these batteries. That producer is responsible for any used propulsion battery they produced if it's offered back to them by the current battery owner. So it's taking the responsibility out of the hands of the consumer. The law requires these producers to develop and implement battery management plans that provide for battery reuse, repurposing, or recycling. So, as I mentioned, it's an extended producer responsibility law. So the producer is ultimately responsible at the end of life. But the most important aspect to me with these EPR laws is that by the producer being responsible, it incentivizes them to use green design for production and packaging, not just doing what is cheapest and easiest and usually the most waste generating, but to work that into their design of the product, how it will be reprocessed and recycled. Some of the benefits of this law: responsible end-of-life battery management reduces, of course, environmental, social impacts associated with these batteries, decreases the demand for raw materials used to produce new propulsion batteries. Mining and processing the raw materials for new batteries results in habitat destruction, water pollution, carbon emissions. So, just having that, those materials, raw materials available for recycling is really important to us. There's even been human rights violations reported when mining for raw materials in some of these developing countries where we get this stuff from. So this kind of cuts or decreases our dependence on those developing nations for these materials. It's an important law that we're just starting to implement. It was done in an interesting way. The first step is registration, which we're in the midst of. We're putting out a system for registration of all producers. And then we are required, DEP is asked to do a needs assessment. We are in the process of preparing an RFP for a needs assessment to occur. From there, we're to develop rules for how this can be implemented. That's a change because a lot of times the implementation factors come into play, the dates come into play, and we don't have rules out. So this taking a more slow and deliberate step here. And then after rules are implemented from there, that is the link to when the plans are due. So the battery management plan requirements start kicking in once the rules are in place. So it's a little bit different than some of the things we've done in the past. This law was written a little bit differently. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so recycled content legislation. So one of the reasons reduction is so important is because, you know, recycling is not able to keep up with the production of new plastic. So there are low recycling rates for a variety of reasons, and we're not going to get into all of them now, but the recycled content law will help improve the market for recyclable plastics and glass and paper by increasing the demand for those materials and increasing the value of scrap materials. The demand shifts from virgin feedstock to recycled feedstock once we have requirements that say, you know, you must have 20% of recycled plastic in these containers by such and such a date, 25%, 30% by such and such a date. So the demand shifts from virgin feedstock to the recycled feedstock, and that ends up improving the resiliency of the recycling industry. So that helps the market. You know, because in this law, any manufacturer that produces a covered product is responsible for meeting these standard percentages of recycled content. They're defined by product, and they, like I mentioned, they increase every few years. Right now, in terms of where we are with this bill, registration was to occur by July 18th, 2022. And beginning in 2025, July 2025, they need to certify to compliance of the standards set in the law. We've, you know, until the rules, we're working on the rules. Until the rules are out there, we have quite elaborate, I think, FAQs, frequently asked questions, posted to explain how to interpret some of the parts of this bill in case the regulated community is not clear. We've, most of those things will be, you know, folded over into our rules. We've developed a system for registration. We're adding certification requirements now to that registration system. So we're gearing up for the next, oops, I said 2025, it's July 2024, I'm sorry. And as I mentioned, we're in the process of doing rules. Let me just make sure I had all my notes on that. Okay, so I guess the next slide, can you move to the next slide, please? Food waste reduction. Yeah, there we go. The food waste is the, I don't know if everyone is familiar with the New Jersey's 2020 80 by 50 report, but and also the Food Waste Reduction Act, a few other sources that I'll mention about food waste. Food waste is extremely important to us. On the average, a person generates about 3.5 pounds of food waste per week, of which 68 is potentially edible. Food waste represents huge lost economic value, probably $680 billion annually, which was in the 2017 Food Waste Reduction Act. At this point, it's probably more because everything's gone up. It also impacts the environment through the decomposition of the landfill waste. It's the single largest component of municipal solid waste, food waste, and it releases methane, powerful greenhouse gas, and contributor to the existing climate crisis. In 2019, estimates say that the total methane emissions from landfills accounted for 5.5 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent. If we were to reduce the food waste disposal in landfills by 50%, that would eliminate 1.6 million metric tons of CO2 annually by the year 2050. So these are some of the goals that's in the Food Waste Reduction Act. Just for like sort of a comparison of what that means, that's equivalent to over 344,000 gasoline-powered passenger vehicles driven for 1 year, or over 180 million gallons of gasoline consumed. We got those estimates from the US EPA Greenhouse Gas Equivalencies Calculator. Beyond that, if a quarter of the food lost globally could be saved, it would be enough to feed 870 million hungry people. and that's from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. So it's incredibly important to us. We want this to start being another issue for folks to become aware of. Everyone was like, plastics recycling, plastics recycling. We want food waste to be like front and center on everyone's, people who are concerned about sustainability issues to know about food waste. We want them to start talking about it. We want people to start integrating good choices into their decision making. So back to the law that was passed regarding this, you see this slide. The law sets goals for food waste reduction 50% by the year 2030. And we're trying to accomplish this through outreach to the public and other stakeholders, providing tips and best practices for reducing food waste. And to this end, we've done other things as well, but we have posted a food waste reduction plan. It's published on our website. You can see it here, and you should definitely go to that for tips for reducing food waste. Okay, next slide, please. And then just overall, the topics I spoke about before are the most sort of active reduction-focused initiatives that we have underway. Some of them are also in the rule process, so there may be some overlap here, but in general, I'll give you an update on our rules. So there are several rules we've gotten as far, through the public comment period. The public comment period is closed. When the public comment period is closed, we're working on drafting an adoption package. We're responding to comments, making changes if necessary. So these three listed here, we're starting to work on that adoption package for e-waste management. The e-waste rule will strengthen and streamline manufacturers' reporting requirements, and it will establish a credit tracking and trading program, along with other proposed changes that came out of the e-waste law when it was amended. The food waste recycling rules, this is not the reduction law, this is a different law, this is food waste recycling. Those rules that law calls for certain large food waste generators, large meaning they generate more than 1 ton per week of food waste, and they are within a 25-mile radius of a Class C food waste recycling facility. It requires them to source, separate, and recycle their food. So we're in the midst of writing the rules to implement that. And I think we've talked enough about the single-use plastic law, but we're in the process of writing those, getting that adoption package ready as well. We've proposed that law. There's other rules that have been drafted, but are still going through review. So the proposals are pending for the two listed here, recycled content, which we just talked about, and the Dirty Dirt A901 rule, which implements the Dirty Dirt law. That law pulls certain companies that engage in the management of non-hazardous contaminated soil and fill recyclable materials. It pulls it into the A901 licensing universe. So that was the subject of the Dirty Dirt law, and we're getting very close to proposing those rules, we hope. We have a category here, stakeholder meetings will continue, recycling rule exemption. So we're working on revisions to the recycling rules to address some issues we identified in the past. We were going to remove some problematic, unnecessary exemptions, add new exemptions as necessary. Some of them were related to accommodation for community food waste composting and outdoor composting, which were the subject of 2 petitions, and we agree are important issues. We were kind of getting going along here at a pretty good clip, but then we had a stakeholder meeting in September of 2024, and we really had some great ideas come up. And we really we're going to revisit some of those issues and follow up possibly with more meetings, maybe more focused meetings, maybe some broad stakeholder meetings, we're not sure, but before we're ready to propose a new rule. So our recycling rules are on a slightly different schedule than these other ones. I think that may be it. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, that's it for me. So thank you, and if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Well, thank you so much, Director McGregor. I don't see any questions in the questions feature of the webinar. So thank you very much for your update, your presentation and update.
Sure. Thank you.
And Max Schaefer is going to introduce our next speaker.
All right, we down to the wire here. Appreciate everybody sticking with us. You know, a lot of great topics today, and we appreciate, you know, all the speakers' hard work in putting these presentations together. Our last speaker is Kimberly Seno, who is a Bureau Chief in the DEP's Division of Water Monitoring Standards and Pesticide Control. Her program oversees the development and adoption of New Jersey's surface water quality and groundwater quality standards, monitors New Jersey's beaches, prepares the Clean Water Act 303D list of impaired waters, total maximum daily loads, and implements the Clean Shores Community Water Monitoring and the AmeriCorps New Jersey Watershed Ambassador programs. Welcome, Kimberly.
All right, thank you. Well, I think I'm pleased to be your last speaker. I see attendees are dropping off, so I'll need to get through my presentation here. Thank you for having me. Next slide. My name is Kimberly Seno, Bureau Chief, and thank you for that introduction. And I'll talk a little bit about what our Bureau does, and I'll give some updates. Next slide, please. We are the Division of Water Monitoring Standards and Pesticide Control. As our name sounds, we regulate pesticides. We assess New Jersey's waters in order to protect and manage public drinking water supplies, the recreational uses, shellfish harvesting, and the health of aquatic organisms in accordance with state and federal regs. And to accomplish our mission of protecting the public and our ecological health, our division collects and analyzes water quality data. We coordinate the development of water quality standards and the restoration of our impaired waters, and we ensure compliance with the pesticide regulations and provide public education and outreach. So some of the pictures here in the slide just show what some of that work entails. Next slide. So this is a snapshot of water resource management. So our division falls under there. There's 4 divisions, and I have the directors' names identified. And our division director is Vic Peretti. And we are 4 bureaus that comprise our division. And I'll walk through the highlights of those programs. And the contact information for each of the bureau and section chiefs is at the end of my presentation. Next slide. The Bureau of Pesticide Control. There's 2 topics that are up for rulemaking within the Bureau related to EPA amendments to pesticide applicator certification and training requirements, and legislation restricting and prohibiting certain uses of the neonicotinoid pesticides to protect pollinators. Next slide. This is the legislation, the Pesticide Control Code, and the estimated date to propose the changes to the pesticide applicator certification and training and the neonicotinoid restrictions is for 2026. Certification and training changes will not take effect until the rule is proposed and adopted. The neonicotinoid restrictions and prohibitions are in effect before the rules are proposed and adopted, since the statute gave an effective date of October 31st, 2023. Next slide. And here's a summary of the law, which went into effect back in October 2023. The neonicotinoids are now a restricted use, which means only licensed pesticide applicators can purchase and utilize them. There are some exceptions, such as for indoor pest control products and pet products that pose no risk to pollinators. Only agricultural uses by licensed pesticide applicators are permitted. The use of neonicotinoids by landscapers, golf course, and tree and care businesses is now prohibited unless the DEP issues an order for specific use in a pest emergency. An order is being drafted in anticipation of certain pests qualifying under this as an emergency for 2025. Next slide. So moving on to the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring, I'm just going to walk through the highlights of some of those programs that fall under their purview. So starting with lakes, The Bureau has an extensive lake monitoring network and various projects. The monitoring entails targeted, probabilistic, and reference lake monitoring. They also do sediment coring, and then most recently they started doing bathymetric surveys. Our Bureau, the Bureau of Environmental Analysis, Restoration, and Standards, works very closely with the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring. They collect the majority of the data that we utilize and analyze for our 303D list of impaired waters and for TMDLs. Next slide. They also do river streams monitoring network projects, and they do continuous monitoring. They have a statewide and regional probabilistic and track down monitoring that they do. They do freshwater salinization due to road salt application. So that's sort of a special project that's been ongoing for a few years to do this chloride and TDS monitoring. So this is of special interest to my Bureau. And in the next 2 years or so, we'll be coming out with a total maximum daily load at TMDL related to some impairments that we're seeing for chlorides and TDS. But the department and the Watershed Institute have teamed up, and we do this saltwater monitoring project. So the state does formal monitoring, and we have volunteer monitors collect data as well under a quality assurance plan. And the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring also does groundwater monitoring for the state as well. Next slide. And the biological monitoring is also another cornerstone of the BFBM programs. They collect macroinvertebrate data and pathogen data. They have statewide and regional monitoring networks, and then they also are involved with a joint effort with EPA and the Department of Ag's Natural Resource Conservation Service. They call it the National Water Quality Initiative, and they do that for the Salem River. So New Jersey is involved with that larger effort. Next slide. And continuing with the biological programs under BFBM, there's the fish, statewide and regional monitoring networks where they do a northern index for biotic integrity. There's a southern index, and then they also have a headwaters index. They also do fish tissue, and then there's a pylons index, and they also have the ability to do eDNA. Next slide. And then they do harmful algal bloom. They also have a HAB response team, and I'll just talk about that for a moment. The BFBM has a page, more than one page, dedicated to harmful algal blooms. The DEP has a HAB reporting system, so it's actually HAB reporting and communication system. So the public has the ability to go there and report a HAB, and the BFBM program staff will go out and confirm if there's a HAB, and as it relates to that, if it exceeds a certain standard, they'll do a HAB alert or a HAB monitoring. But what the wonderful thing is they have on their webpage, it's interactive, and you can see going back to, I believe it's 2017, where there have been the testing for HABs, where there have been confirmed HABs, where there have been the alerts and the warnings. So it's very interactive, and I think it's very user-friendly. And like I said, the department makes it very easy to report a HAB as well. Next slide. And then they also have lab capabilities. So they have the ability to, for the HABs, to determine the thiocyanine and the cyanotoxins, as well as looking at chlorophyll A. And then they also do fish species ID and community assessment. So it's really like one-stop shopping. I very much admire the work that they do in this Bureau. And the abilities that they have, and that they're a frontline protection for water quality here in the state. Next slide. We'll move on to the Bureau of Marine Water Monitoring. So similar to the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring, they also have laboratory capabilities. So they do field work, they have the lab capabilities, and then they also do assessments. So this slide just shows in detail what their abilities are. A shout out to a special project, the Barnegat Bay Monitoring and Analysis. This has been going on for more than 10 years, that we have a long-term monitoring in Barnegat Bay. And in fact, the department will be coming out with a TMDL in 2025 for the Barnegat Bay, where we've developed site-specific criteria for nitrogen and have established what water bodies are impaired and non-impaired in the Barnegat Bay. So shout out to Marine Water Monitoring for continued with this long-term monitoring. Really gives us a lot of key information of what's going on in a unique part of the state. Next slide. So the core programs in the marine water monitoring include their shellfish water classification, and that's through the administration in conformance with the National Shellfish Sanitation Program. They also issue permits for shellfish regulated activities. They do ambient water quality monitoring, real-time continuous water quality monitoring, and aircraft remote sensing, microbial and pollution source trackdown, shellfish vibrio monitoring, and marine phytoplankton monitoring. So a lot of good work there. Next slide. This may be hard to read, but it just shows throughout the state where these different networks are located. So you'll have copies of these slides afterwards, so you'll be able to come back to that and look at it in a little bit greater detail. And the information is on their website as well. Next slide, please. And then this shows the aircraft remote sensing. So the sensors are actually literally attached to the airplane, and the department has a partnership with the fire service, and they go out several times a week and we do monitoring. In this case, they're looking for the chlorophyll monitoring, but folks in my bureau as well go out and do look for the debris and floatable monitoring as well. So we can have a whole presentation on just the remote sensing and the flyovers that the department does. It's really interesting work. And I actually went up for the first time in all of my time here in the department in one of the airplanes earlier this summer, and really to get a bird's eye view of the coastline from the flight, and just to be able to see the beauty of New Jersey and how we're protecting it is really quite admirable. So this is really a terrific program that we have in our division to do this type of remote sensing. Next slide, please. And then they also do pollution source trackdown. So this pyramid just shows the steps related to what they have to do in order to do a pollution source trackdown. And then because they have the lab ability, they're also able to analyze the results. And with the source trackdown, really get to the source of the problem and then be able to fix what it is that they've identified as the source. And they've had really good success with this as well. Next slide. And then moving on to my programs in the Bureau of Environmental Analysis, Restoration, and Standards. We call ourselves BEARS. We've just been using that acronym for many a year now. And our mission is to provide the scientific foundation for the restoration and protection of New Jersey's waters so that all of our rivers, lakes, and coastal waters are fishable, swimmable, and support healthy ecosystems. And so all of our freshwater resources remain clean sources of drinking water. Next slide. And so for the remainder of my presentation, I'm going to highlight the groundwater quality standards and the surface water quality standards. Like I said in the beginning of my talk, there's much more that our Bureau does. The AmeriCorps program, community water monitoring, TMDLs, our 303D list, but I'll just spend some time talking about our standards. Groundwater quality standards, very similar to surface water quality standards. They have designated uses, groundwater classifications, water quality criteria is identified to protect the designated uses, and then they include certain policies. So basically, the groundwater quality standards establish anti-degradation policies to classify the groundwater, assigning designated uses and establishing the criteria to protect those designated uses. The groundwater quality standards consider detectability in the implementation standard And this is through a practical quantitation level, or PQL, which is the lowest concentration of a constituent that can be reliably achieved by lab. And the highest of the human health-based criteria and or the PQL is what becomes the implementable groundwater quality standard. Next slide. The groundwater quality standards must be renewed every 7 years in accordance with New Jersey's Administrative Procedures Act. So of course, at any time, and I'll talk more about that, we can update our standards with new criteria, but we must formally renew the rules themselves every 7 years. So our current version will formally expire in 2028, but we do have had back last January proposed changes to the groundwater quality standards. That was January 2nd, so we're coming up on that 1-year deadline. So we will be having an update to the groundwater quality standards in the new year. Now, the statutory authority for the groundwater quality standards is not from the Clean Water Act, unlike the surface water quality standards. So it gets its authority from state statutes, and those specifically are the New Jersey Water Pollution Control Act and the Water Quality Planning Act. Next slide. And the groundwater quality standards. So while my Bureau, in concert with other programs like the Division of Science and Research, as a collaborative effort to develop standards, we don't actually implement them. That's other programs in the department, specifically the NJDEP program through the permitting to groundwater and the site remediation program. So we do work closely with those programs as well as we're developing our criteria. The next slide. So this slide really illustrates how a standard is developed. So this is meant to sort of demystify what is somewhat of a technical process. So it illustrates how standards are developed, what the drivers are, how criteria is developed, and then how you get to the final standard. A little bit what I talked about earlier. It's the higher between a derived specific groundwater criterion and the PQL becomes the implemented constituent groundwater quality standard. And these terms are in the groundwater quality standards rule, constituent groundwater quality standard. So we use them because the rule discusses them in that way. But as you can see, there's different needs that drive the development. Sometimes the site remediation program will identify that a standard is needed for groundwater, and we have the ability through groundwater quality standards to develop an interim standard that can then be used by the site remediation program. And then we don't like to have the interim standard on the books for a very long period of time, and we have and move forward to having it adopted formally. But rest assured, through the interim process, the rules allow us to do that, and that it can be used by site remediation program. Of course, many times the federal government identifies and updates criteria, so we look to that as well. And then many times we actually receive petitions for rulemaking, and that leads to us then updating standards as well. Next slide. And so in this slide, what we look for is to show the differentiation between groundwater quality standards and drinking water MCLs, maximum contaminant levels. So this slide is just to show that in the groundwater quality standards, we only look at the PQL. We don't look at the treatment removal of the substance. So drinking water MCLs, based on their rules and regulations, that's something that they have to take into consideration. So I know sometimes when we are asked this question, why one rule says perhaps one number and another rule says something else, this is one of the reasons to show you that the origination of the rules take different things into consideration. So that's what this slide shows. Next slide, please. And then this is where we currently are with our groundwater quality standards. We're due for adoption on or before January 2nd, 2025. So we have prepared our response to comment document. It's being reviewed by all the legal folks and everybody that has to sign off on it. So in the next month, imminently, we will have adoptions to the groundwater quality standards, and that will be proposed in, that will be adopted and shown in the New Jersey Register. And in this rule adoption, we amended the groundwater quality standards for 73 constituents. And in addition to that, we updated the default values for body weight and drinking water consumption rates to be consistent with EPA. So the calculations are now based on 80 kilograms for an adult weight and a daily water consumption at 2.4 liters per day. We also did some rounding provisions in the rules, and I know that doesn't sound like it's a big deal, but when you start talking about if you're at first or second or third place order and you're doing rounding provisions, you really have to be clear and transparent on that so that it's clear how the number was derived. And so we explain that in the rule. Next slide, please. And this slide shows what was proposed and what we will be moving forward with as far as updates. So it involves 73 constituents. 64, there was no change in the standard. 50 became more stringent. 12 became less stringent. And we explain what that means and how that came to be in the rule. And some that became more stringent were of an order of magnitude change. And again, that's really explained in great big detail in the rule. Next slide. And the groundwater quality standards for the rule proposal also looked at stakeholder and economic impact. So let's just reiterate some of the things that I said before. And then all updated new standards will be applied to all existing site remediation cases. So what that means is that it can result in additional monitoring wells or additional sampling and the treatment to impacted supply wells. It could trigger additional remediation of contaminated sites for these constituents that became more stringent by an order of magnitude. And there could be some cost to NJDEP-AWMA's permittees, and some labs may have to upgrade their analytical equipment to achieve the detection level in the updated PQLs. So all that was in the basis and background documents, and the department, like I said, prepared a response to comments document that addresses any specific comments that we would have received related to any of these issues. Okay, next slide. Now we move on to the surface water quality standards. The surface water quality standards consist of designated uses. Now those include aquatic life. So there's both general aquatic life and trout aquatic life. Also potable drinking water after conventional treatment, and other designated uses are actually agricultural and industrial and recreational designated uses. So when you have designated uses, there's specific parameters that you look at to determine if that water body is meeting that designated use. So for example, aquatic life, general, we would look at the biology. So when I showed the earlier slide with the work that our Bureau of Freshwater Biological Monitoring does, the data that they collect is data that we utilize in that decision making to determine if we're meeting the designated use for aquatic life by looking at biology. Other things that we look at are the nutrients, total phosphorus, DO, and along those lines. And so what the department does is we prepare a methods document that explains how we're determining if we're meeting our designated uses, which parameters we look at, and how much data that we need to use to make that assessment. But it's all based on this foundational work that's done in the surface water quality standards. Then our streams are broken down into different classifications. We have freshwater 1, freshwater 2, trout production, trout maintenance, and non-trout. We have saline waters, and then we have pinelands waters. And then we look at the water quality criteria that's necessary, which is what I was saying, to protect the designated uses. And that's what that bullets show. And then our groundwater quality standards also include, as I'm sure do many other rules, policies that affect their implementation. So there's general and technical policies, there's anti-degradation policies, a mixing zone, and a variance policy. Most recently, the year before, when we updated the surface water quality standards, we added additional language to the variance section to talk about that as a policy in the surface water quality standards. Next slide. Now, the surface water quality standards fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Clean Water Act. So as a requirement in the Clean Water Act, all states must do a triennial review of their surface water quality standards. It does not always result in rulemaking, but the department or all states must do a formal review of their rule and an analysis of if EPA has come out with new standards, when will we get to making likewise changes in our rule. Any studies that we have ongoing that would lead to further criteria development. So it becomes what's the last time we wrote our triennial letter to EPA, it was literally like a 10-page letter that walked through all the things that we're considering and what had actually resulted in changes to the surface water quality standards. And our surface water quality standards must actually be approved by EPA. Because again, it falls under the Clean Water Act, and also subject to the Administrative Procedures Act, expires every 7 years. So our rule would technically expire next in 2030. So even though we're doing constant rulemaking to update our standards, there still needs to address that 7-year window. Again, our federal statutory authority is the Clean Water Act at 40 CFR, and we get our state authority from the Water Pollution Control Act, and I think it's the Water Quality Management Planning Rules as well as the bullet that you can't see on the rest of that slide. Next slide, please. So similar to the groundwater quality standards, we create these foundational rules and criteria, but they're actually implemented by other programs. Also the site remediation program, the program that issues water quality certifications, the water quality management plans that are done by the Watershed and Land Use Program, the NJDEP's permits, assessment is done by, again, my own bureau for the 303D list and any water bodies that are impaired that require TMDLs. So this just shows how many programs throughout the department actually rely on the surface water quality standards. Next slide. And then just to talk briefly about, well, what are the anti-degradation policies? So some of you may have heard the term C1 waters. So a couple of years back in 2020, the department had done some upgrades to Category 1 waters. And Category 1 waters are afforded a 300-foot riparian zone on either side of the water body. So we did about close to 600 stream miles that were new Category 1 waters. There's different reasons that a water body can be designated Category 1, and that's spelled out in the rule. And when we went forward with the ones that we were proposing to be additional, we laid out the science and the criteria that went behind that. And if it's not a Category 1 water, most likely the water body is a Category 2 water by default. And then we have a small portion of the state where we have outstanding national resource waters. So these terms come from the Federal Clean Water Act. So some people were saying outstanding natural resource waters. You know, that's like what you want to say, but it's called national resource waters. So these are waters within state and federal parks where no man-made wastewater discharge is even allowed at all, and no activities that would cause measurable change in the water quality except under natural conditions. So these are our anti-degradation policies, and we lay out here in the slide how many river miles and what % of the state that they are. Next slide. So drivers for surface water quality standards similar to groundwater, again, is if the EPA has new or revised guidance, if we now have sufficient enough data to develop our own state-specific criteria. So we're always doing studies and evaluations and trying to get more data unique to, for example, we're looking at lakes and doing some studies related to lakes for what may not be criteria today, but 5 or 10 years from now could develop into criteria as we're collecting that data and doing that analysis today. So that's part of why we always have to do this triennial review, so that you're always staying current with technology and being protective of our water bodies. And then we also receive petitions for rulemaking. And the criteria development for aquatic life, it's based on aquatic and chronic exposure. Then there's human health-based criteria, and then conventional pollutants. And then ultimately, it results in a final standard. Next slide. So where we are today with our surface water quality standards, well, literally yesterday, and some of you that are still on the call may have attended, we had our last stakeholder meeting on what we're calling the toxics rule proposal. Toxics because it refers to the particular toxic substances that will be included in that proposal. So the proposal includes new definitions for carcinogen and non-carcinogen. There's the new significant figures and rounding policy that I talked about earlier. So we addressed it in the groundwater quality standards. So we now need to address it in the surface water quality standards. So in total, there'll be revisions and additions to both fresh and saline numeric criteria for 94 toxic substances. And the core of this is based on EPA's 2015 recommendations. And then of particular interest to folks is that based on drinking water exposure, we will have the criteria for PFAS substances, which include PFNA, PFOA, and PFAS, and then also one for dioxane. So we walked the stakeholders through that yesterday in our stakeholder meeting. Next slide. And in that rule proposal, we're looking to have that come out early in 2025. And related on the parameters for new freshwater criteria, we're looking at 7, and for new saline water, 8. And we have those identified here. And then the rest of the toxic substances had been also formally evaluated to confirm them. So, but what is new is specifically identified on this slide. Next slide, please. This just identifies what the numbers are that we anticipate in the rule proposal for those PFAS parameters. And yeah, this slide just lays that out. And again, this is explained in greater detail in the rule proposal itself. Next slide. And then just to wrap up the surface water quality standards presentation that was given at yesterday's meeting, we're working on posting that to the department's events page where the stakeholder meeting had been advertised. So we asked earlier today for them to post it. So hopefully if the folks are here, it'll go up today. If not, it'll be posted there on Monday. We're also, those that had RSVP'd and we have their email addresses, will be sending you the direct email with the attachment of the presentation. And then there was also an additional attachment of information that also is being posted. So that's what that looks like. I have here all of our contact information for the different bureaus, and it's 3:54, so maybe we have time for 1 or 2 questions. I know earlier in the day there had been some PFAS questions. I am by no means the expert. I may have to take the question back to folks. I know one of the questions was about the BAF study. Maybe it was Nick Procopio or somebody that had talked about that, and that is literally the latest and greatest science that is cutting edge that we're basing some of our criteria off of for that BAF study. And so the department may, ahead of the rule proposal, be able to post that on the Science and Research webpage or our webpage, I'm not sure, but at the minimum, it will definitely coincide with the rule proposal and be available to review the technical report that supports the BAF numbers and their derivation. So that's sort of like a quasi answer. We hope to be able to post it sooner, but it would definitely be posted to coincide with the rule. I know that was one of the questions. I'm not sure what some of the other questions may have been.
All right, so we do have one that came in recently. So we'll do that one first, and then I'll circle back from the ones we have marked from earlier. So the question is, can you share / post NJDEP's letter submitted to EPA on surface water considerations, or SW? I think SW, she means surface water.
You mean our I think they're asking about the triennial letter that I was referring to.
Yeah.
It's operable, so we certainly could share it, but that's not something. We don't normally just post letters on our web pages, but it's certainly information that's readily shareable. So if the requester can shoot me an email, I certainly can share that letter and EPA's response back to us. We certainly can share that. It's just a summation of all other publicly available information, but I know it's nice to see it in one place.
So from earlier, there was one question on the proposed amendments to the groundwater quality standards, and the presentation adequately addressed that question.
Okay.
And then, yeah, there was one other question. What can we expect this year for progress with PFAS in drinking water and treating PFAS at POTWs?
Right. Well, that would be outside of the purview of my division.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would expect that'll come up during rule proposal at the public comment period, and we would, of course, address it then.
And I think that's everything. So thank you, Kimberly. Very good presentation.
One more question. Sorry,
okay.
Disembodied voice. Is there a question about the interim guidance about PFAS and surface water? Did you see that one? It might have just come in.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yep. Just came in. Is there interim guidance regarding PFAS and surface water? How should we direct a concerned citizen claiming to be exposed to such in a recreational bathing water bottom?
Okay. I can send links out. The department already has a fair amount of material on PFAS on different web pages, the Science and Research webpage, and Safe Drinking Water also has content on there. So I don't know if that's directly answering the question. And certainly I can look at the question afterwards, or if you all can, and resend it to me with who the person was that was inquiring. But in the interim, I'm going to say a Google of the department's web pages, but I can certainly identify specific links where there's already a lot of information of what the department is doing and addressing, how we're addressing PFAS.
All right. Well, Kimberly, thank you. A very good presentation, a very great way to end our program. We really appreciate the diligence and the detail in the presentation. So, for everyone that hung out, I think they benefited. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and for all those that stayed on, to the all 118 people that are still here.
All right, I'll pass it over to Ron.
Well, thank you again, Borough Chief Sino, for the presentation and update. And if there are any questions that have been asked during the earlier sessions that the speakers are no longer available online, we will send it to the speakers for response to the questioners. The responses will be sent to them via email. I just want to thank again all of our speakers, moderators, and backup moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you who made this conference possible. This presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites. Email notifications regarding availability of the slides will be sent later. Please complete the survey form, and happy Thanksgiving. Dr. Jyoti Agarwal will be making the closing remarks.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So this is that time when you get to say thank you to everyone, so I get the privilege of doing that. But just a quick summary of what we've heard today. The DEP has really provided updates on so many laws, rules, guidance, and tools that have been enacted or are under development. They've shared with us their approach to developing science and really how to translate it to support science-based decisions. They're pushing sustainability towards society, starting with designers to producers to consumers, end-of-life managers to create more benefits for society and for the environment. And not only that, but they're walking the talk, right, by analyzing their own impact and holding themselves to a much higher bar. And finally, they're all holding us accountable to ensure that we're striving for an equitable society. So they've been doing this for over 50 years now. They've been dedicated to improving and protecting human health and the environment. And this event is almost, I see that as being in line with their operating principle to be transparent and honest with the public. So we really appreciate this 23rd annual initiative to update the business, professionals, academics, advocates, and the public at large. I definitely cannot close this session out with a big shout out to Dr. Ron Pushy, who always delivers such an impressive lineup, and his entire support team, Tyrone and Anthony. Please show yourselves on camera. Everyone works behind the scenes so hard. Without Tyrone and his team, we would not have this access to this virtual platform. It allows for such a high count of attendance, right? And then finally, we have our leadership team at the AWMA, the Northern and Central New Jersey chapter. All of y'all, if you can please turn on your cameras and show yourselves. Everyone's done a really wonderful job navigating, especially today, with all the technological and schedule challenges that we had. We even have 3 of our leadership team members in the audience who are helping us with input from what the audience is experiencing. So just finally, to all of you, please consider joining the chapter and engage with us so we can bring more programming and we can work to create a more sustainable future for our children. Have a happy Thanksgiving, all of you, and please be safe. Take care.
Thank you.